X's, the Twitchies,
It's the Miss Knockout Show on the airwaves. So like, if I share, if I bless, if I the flow. It's the Miss Knockout Show. Now you already know. Hot topics, music, info, and more. If you ain't tapped in, what you came here for? MKO got the vibe, that's a full takeover. From beast to biz talk, yeah, the queen stay in clover. Trending every lane, I'm the glow you can't block. When I drop gems, whole chat go shock. We don't do brokeify, now we amplify. Stay blessed if I let the energy fly. Hit that tapify, keep it all in the flow. Cause it's the Miss Knockout Show. Knockout Show. Hot topics, beats and the glow. You rockin' with Miss Knockout. Let's go. Let's fuck.
Hello, and welcome to the live. Miss Knockout is on the check-in. We are live all the way across the board. We are on the TikTok. Okay, we are on. Thank you, Zoe. Zoe always gives me these cute little sheeps jumping. Thank you. We are on Face to the Booksies. We are on Link to the Ends. We are on the Y to the Tubesy. We are on Twitch. We on XCXXX. And we on the Kicksy Kick. All right? Oh, I should be getting a package today. My reading glasses is coming today, y'all. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. All right, y'all. So let's tap. Let's share. I'm expecting a package. Look, I'm sorry, y'all. You know what I'm saying? So she's expecting a package. Everybody come on in. How's everybody doing on this Sunday fun then? Let me check and see if my package landed before I go out there and get it. Because they're my reading glasses, y'all. So I got these nice little reading glasses. So when Q-Mar comes in, he says, Knockout, where's your glasses? You know, I got my glasses. All right. So everybody come on in. How's everybody doing on this fun day, Sunday fun day? All right. Everybody come on in. We are getting it popping and getting it started. All right, we're going to talk about today, we're going to talk about David, and we're going to talk about the Ashley case, and there's updates. All right, so there's updates, and we're going to get it popping. So everybody come on in. So I'm trying to check and see if this package landed. I don't know. So I might have to go on here and look. So everybody come on in. We're going to talk about Ashley. We're going to talk about David. There's a lot of twists and turns in the case. And we're going to go through them. It gets more disturbing by the minute. All right? More disturbing by the minute. And we're going to get into it. The fact that the family didn't get 821979. The fact that the family didn't get. Hold up, y'all. I'm trying to get in my Amazon to see if this package landed. Give me a second, y'all. Bear with me. The fact that her body came back, Ashley, and the family never got the autopsy report, right? But the family says, which is logical. You know, they said that they want to, David incident is very disturbing. Very disturbing. I mean, it is beyond disturbing. It gets more disturbing by the minute. And now, you know, they delivered my glasses. Okay, y'all, bear with me. bear with me for 1 second, okay, to deliver my glasses. So bear with me. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. All right. I knew that was my glasses. Okay, give me a second, y'all. Give me 1 second. Go get my glasses. All right, y'all. I'm coming. I got my glasses. Oh, all right, y'all. I got my new glasses. All right, everybody, come on in. We still in here. I'm back on the block. All right, here I am. All right, y'all want to see my new glasses? I'm probably gonna need them because we got to go over a lot today. All right. So let's see. Let's see. I wanted something a little snazzy. All right. I wanted something a little snazzy. So, I mean, these are right. I thought this was going to be I thought it was going to be colorful stones around it, but this is okay, right? Y'all like them? All right. So those other reading glasses, they were too thin. All right. So let's get it popping. So we're going to go over the DVD case, and I'm going to test out my new glasses. I thought they were, so they have little stones around here. See, oh, look at that. Ain't cute? All right. So I thought the stones were colorful, though, but that's okay. You know, this is cool. All right. Y'all like it? All right. So, so I want to strain my eyes, right? So let's get into it, everybody. Let's get into it. All right. So DVD got a lot of new updates, and we're going to go over it. Okay, I want everybody to tapify, everybody shareify. Welcome to the live. I'm your host, Ms. Knockout. All right. And you can watch this back on all platforms, all platties. All right. So you could come on in. So the David case gets more disturbing by the moment. It really gets more disturbing by the moment, And now because at first we didn't understand, like, why are they taking so long? What is going on that they're taking so long? And now we see why they're taking so long, because they got so much disturbing evidence, right? So much disturbing evidence, so much like things going on that is like crazy, and we are going to go over the David case. So everybody come on in. I always have my notes. Then what happens? I always lose my notes. All right. So, but we're going to find it. So everybody come on in. So we're going to go through David first, and then we'll get to Ashley, and then we'll get to other things. I like to lighten it up a little bit on a Sunday fun day. So if we have time, I want to get this Ray J interview popping. Thank you, Cindy. Thank you. How are you today, Cindy? What's going on? Who we got over here on the B to the I to the G to the O? Anybody I know? All right. So let's get it in. Let's get it in. Let's get it in. So okay, so let's see. All right, hold on, y'all. So I had my notes, but I got to pull them up again. All right. Me. And then we're going to go to some clips. Right. Hey, Cindy. Hold on, y'all. Bear with me. I think he had another court appearance, David, right? And he has more findings. He had more motions that were brought about. His team tried to put in a motion that I'm hearing, right? They tried to put in a motion, and they got denied a big motion, and they was trying to seal some evidence, right? Because all the evidence that goes in, the public is getting a hold of it, and it is like making him look worse. He can't look no worse, David. He can't even look no worse. Now he's up in there in the slammer, right? It's ain't it, AB? Court appearances, okay, motions. All right. So we're talking about David. I call him D4VD. All right. And he met this girl Celeste when she was 11 years old. Right? Well, hold on. I hate when don't give me outline. All right. So he met this girl when she was 11, right? And then they said allegedly, and everything's all alleged in Miss Knockout's live. Allegedly, he didn't have relations with her until 13, right? Now, there's so much in this case, I don't even know if I believe that. I don't even know if I believe that, right? So the girl was depicted as a runaway first. Then we heard rumors that yeah, so Cindy saying she followed y'all. Everybody follow each other back. Everybody network, everybody follow each other. Welcome to Miss Knockouts Live. All right. So David is a singer. I wasn't following David, D4VD, right? I wasn't following him before the case. A lot of these rappers, singers, whoever's, you don't know about them until they get the the shotty in the body, and the court cases and all that good stuff. All right. Welcome over here on the Bigo side. All right. I haven't been back in a while. All right. I was over there on the clock, and I went viral for covering the Diddy case, and now I'm back. Snitches. All right. And I wasn't over here for a long time because only the messy people get paid over here. But we're going to try this again. We're going to try this again. So everybody get the 5 minutes knockout. Only the messy people get paid over there, boy. You got to be knocking somebody's head off. Like, right? Or, out in the parking lot, fighting, drunkified, whatever. Like we ain't into all of that. But it's all good in the hood. All right, everybody. So come on in. We're talking about David, aka DVD, as I call him, which the case gets more disturbing by the moment. So he met this girl when she was 11 years old, right? And he started having relations with her when she was 13. Now, I don't know if I believe that. I don't know if I believe that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. When they confiscated all the stuff while we were waiting, and we was like, why is it taking so long? It's because they had a pile of evidence like no other on this mother sucker. They got a lot of evidence on there. If Cook was a person, that is him. Okay? If Cook was a person, that's David, aka DVD, right? Because they got so much evidence on this dude that he is going to get cooked in court. Now, he does have a court date on the 26th of May. I would like to get out there. All right. So I'm gonna rev that up, but we'll talk about that at another time, right? But my peoples in them, the community wants me to go out there. So the community's gonna help me get out there. And I'm gonna get in the courtroom just like I did with Diddy for 30 days, but that's one day. At least I'll go one day for DVD. But Diddy, I was in the court for 30 days taking notes and coming out right outside the courtroom, bringing y'all a reeler. You know what I'm saying? To the point where Inside Edition, Channel 4, they was coming to me for info. Okay? So DVD has a sickness. They confiscated his phone and he got all this little people activity. And you know what I mean by little people? The kiddie files. Okay? So they took a long time to investigate this case. They held information from the public, and now we see it is for a reason, because this is a sick, sick, sick case. This is one of the sickest cases that we've heard in a long time. All right. If you're not following me, make sure you follow me. Everybody tapify, tap the screen. All right. Everybody come on in. Miss Knockouts on the check-in. All right. So let me take you through this, everything that's circulating online. All right. And everything that happened in the DVD case. We're going to go to some clips now with TMZ. But before we get to that, there's a couple of things that I want to bring up. So the parents, right? It's really strange that they said the parents at first classified her as a runaway. They was looking for her, right? And then all of a sudden, it was rumors that came about that they were, they allowed him to date her, right? So this is like, it reminisces me on the R. Kelly case, where these parents let their kids go with the Pied Piper and everything is all good. And when you go through the R. Kelly files and you look at all those girls that ran behind R. Kelly, right? Each one of them were singers, okay? And they were entertainers of a sort. So they all ran over there. Their parents sold them up the river to go behind the star. And when the star musical, what's up, Rev? What's up, Rev? Hey, welcome in. What's up? Welcome in, everybody. When their kids didn't become the next Aaliyah, right? Then they turned on them. So everything was all groovy when y'all said, oh, it's all Curry. Y'all was all in awe of R. Kelly. And then when R. Kelly allegedly, everything's all alleged, turned your girls into 304s, and now it's a problem, and y'all turned on them. I feel like the parents are just as guilty as R. Kelly, and I feel like these parents need to take some accountability with their daughter Celeste, right? That you didn't go hard enough to keep him from a pedicure. You didn't go hard enough. You know what I'm saying? Parents gotta go harder. Just like I feel like the parents in the Ashley Janae case, the girl who got unalived in Tanzania, I feel like her parents didn't go hard. They should have went over there. As soon as they got that 50,000, they should have got over there and sorted things out when they got over there. Partner with the embassy. Because look what happened at the end of the day. You got her body back. No autopsy. Wow, look at that. I wonder why you don't got an autopsy. Because there's something in there that they don't want you to see. But we're going to get into that next. We're going to talk about Ashley Janae next. Okay, because there's a lot of stuff with that. Joe McCain allegedly was really connected with the locals, with the hotel. He had stock and stuff. He owned shares in the van service that brought the patients to the hospital. He owned shares in the hotel. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of cases where people are bringing people far away from that element. Like one time somebody made a joke with me, right? I was hanging out a while ago. This was a while ago. So we hanging out. So I'm hanging out. I brought one of my old friends out that don't really hang out. I said, come on, go to the club with me. This is when I was really popping. I was VIP, walk to the door, get right in the club, in the section with the ball players, all of that. Right? So we going around, we going in the clubs, we're getting in, right? And my friend turns to me and says, wow, Naka, I didn't realize how popular you were. You know a lot of people. And then she said something that stuck with me. She said, if we want to whip your assification, we're going to have to bring you to Africa to whip your ass. And I laughed and we laughed, right? But look at that. You got people out here that really think like that. Let's bring, I seen cases doing my research on the Ashley Janae case where people are actually bringing their spouses out to Bermuda or wherever. I seen a case in Bermuda where the guy brought her on the boat, got rid of, unalived her so he could be with his side piece. The side pieces are winning these days. It used to be, I ain't never leaving my girl. You know what I'm saying? Now these ninjas and girls too, we can't be one-sided. Because what's good for the goose is good for the gander. You know what I'm saying? They going for the side pieces now. I'm like, what part of the game is this? So let's get back to DVD. So DVD, all right, we're going to bring up the clips. Hold on. We're going to bring up the clips. DVD met the girl when she was 11, right? Hold on. Oh, man. Did I? Wait, let me check now. Okay, I gotta find it again, y'all. Okay, so DVD met this girl when she was 11. He claims that he didn't start dating her until she was 13. 11, 13, still sick, right? As time goes along, he's doing his shows, he's doing his tours, bringing that casket in. The moment I was doing my research and I seen him bringing in a casket in the side door as a prop for his show, I said, boy, this generation is cooked. It's like, why would you be at a concert, right, where the artist is bringing in a casket for a prop? Like, what part of the game is that, right? Because if I'm at a concert and the artist I go to see brings a casket, I see a casket going inside the door, I'm going to tell myself, I don't care how much this ticket costs. I don't care how much this ticket costs, right? I don't need to be at this concert. But this generation is cooked. You know what I'm saying? They like the weird stuff. They like, you know, outlandish, weird stuff like that. His lyrics were another thing. Okay, they depicted you leaving? What's up, Deshaun? Why you say you leaving? That shows that a person is made. Yeah. Why you say you leaving, Deshaun? I'm trying to tell a story. Did something go on that I didn't know about? I'm out of there quick. You leaving? Cause I thought you were talking about the from the con. Oh, okay. I tripped my own self up. I thought you were talking about my live. Oh. I was like, oh, what's going on? I thought you was talking about. Yeah, yeah. So if I see, um, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Right. So we got a lot of new disturbing allegations, right? But before I play this clip, let me set it up. So he meets this girl at 11. He starts having relations with her at 13. Her parents casted her off as a runaway at first. But then I seen a clip of her teacher, Celeste's teacher, explaining to the classmates where she was at. Her teacher knew that she was with David. But your mama and your father don't know where you at, or bothering or going hard, knowing, because you know your kid's age, and you know your kid ain't supposed to be out there roaming around somewhere in Cali with a DVD that's bringing caskets into his concerts, right? So I feel like the parents are just as at fault as DVD, because the parents are responsible for you. Thank you so much. Hey, Shalea. Hey, thank you, Daybreak. What's up? Everybody on the B app, everybody tap a 5, and everybody drop something on Miss Knockout like it's hot. All right? Everybody tap, tap, tap. So the parents need to be accounted and take accountability, because you are responsible for that child until that child turns 18. So you knew where she was at. You should have saddled up and went out there and went and got your child and told her, you go home, you do what I say do. You are the kid, I am the adult, and that's the end of the story. Right? But that didn't happen. What's up, Bronze? Everybody come on in. That didn't happen. Everybody tapify, everybody sharify, everybody put hashtags in the comments and blessify Miss Knockout so she won't be brokified. We got 50 people over here. We got 81 people over here. All right? Blessify Miss Knockout so she won't be brokified. So you didn't bother to go find your kids out. Your kids all around going to concerts, getting effed like a 304. And she's not even 15 yet. Right? Thank you, Zoe. She's not even 15 yet. And she's getting smutted out by DVD, a sick individual. Now he and that slammer boy, they are what you can only imagine what's going on in the jailhouse. They don't like people like DVD in the jailhouse. They do not like people like DVD in the jailhouse. Okay? So DVD had this girl around, bringing her to concerts. But somehow, right? And I'm waiting for the case to go on because I got certain things that I need answers. I need answers to. Like, if she had to take an Uber to come to your house, who then was she living with in Cali? Who was she staying with? Not being 15 yet. Who was she staying with? Was it another apartment that he owned? Because he sent the so he takes her all around to the concerts. He's effing her, right? Read between the lines. And then as time goes on, you know what happens with people. Everything's the honeymoon stage. Everything's cool. Then all of a sudden, everybody starts getting at each other. Did you see the video of him explaining the smell? I did peep that. It's so much to go through, Charnel. It's so much to go through. We need a whole week to talk about DVD, aka David. Right? When they find out in jail, when they find out I'm blessing the first 5 people. Oh, here you go. Why is this blessing the first 5 people that you don't know from the can of paint? You don't know the first 5 people from a can of paint, and you're going to give somebody money. In 2026, we can't go for the okie doke people. If it's too good to be true, then it's not going to be true. Why would a stranger come in the live and bless 5 people that he don't know from a can of paint with money? What do you think is going to happen? Right? So let's get back to the story. So they're going all around. She's 15. He's probably getting her in parties because, if you even a child star, you could get in certain clubs or whatever. Bow Wow was little at one time. He was getting in clubs. Young stars, right? So she's going all around. And at some point, they'll start falling out. And at some point, she starts threatening him. All right, I'm going to tell him that you effing me. Under age 14, 13, yo. I'm going to tell. And at some point, a case started developing, and she was the witness. So then they have a phone call. They got all the texts. They got all the phone call. That's all going to come out. We're going to go over that eventually, right? They go back and forth. We're gonna play some audio clip with a whole lot of updates. They go back and forth on the phone, messaging, calling. Then all of a sudden he says, "Okay, come on over. Come over. I'm gonna put you in the Uber." Celeste didn't have a chance. Celeste didn't know that she was walking into the lion's den. Celeste walked into the lion's den. The R. Kelly kids walked into the lion's den. Ashley walked into the lion's den. The lion's den is open for business. Open for business. So keep your neck on swivel. But see, older people, we're going to ask questions. We're going to be like inquisitive. They like the younger people is the reason. Younger people are younger people. They ain't going to ask too much questions. That's why they like signing young people to record deals. It's not only because you look older and you're older and you can't do certain things that the youngins to do. It's a lot of older people that could do more stuff than the youngins to do. The youngest is fried. I watched a performance the other day. The guy couldn't even move on stage. And he got off stage and talked about how he was on pharmaceuticals and this and that. Wow, it was amazing. Yeah, but you went out there and you were stuck. You know what I'm saying? Younger people are impressionable, and that's how they're able to steal their publishing. Older people are going to ask questions. So Celeste had a little spicy mouth, as we seen in that video where she got into an argument with the neighbors. going back and forth. The neighbors sound like they were gang, 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 H deuce trade. I'm like, girl, you messing around with those people? Right? And she was going up at him. She was going, and they kept on going, go ahead, little girl. Go ahead, little girl. That's what they kept saying to him. And the neighbors looked like they was the bad. Do you gang bang? I'm like, girl, right? So we know that Celeste was. Everybody come on in. We're talking about the David case. All right, come on in. All right. Everybody come on. Hey, Nina's dope. Hey, everybody. I don't know who's bots and who's not bots over here. So if you're a real person, put a shout out in the comments so I can say hi to you. All right? Because on the B app, I don't know what's bots and, because the first 50, 60 people were bots in the room. Hey, dude approves. Hey, dude, what's up with you? So they have a fallout. They're going back and forth in text on the phone. Allegedly, and everything's all alleged in Miss Knockout's life, she's holding over his head and threatening him that she's going to go and tell him that you're effing a 14, 13-year-old. That type of conversation. And David didn't like that. So he said, you know what? Jump in the Uber. So she probably didn't think about it much. Right? She's a young girl. He's a star. She probably wanted the problem might have been she probably wanted to get around him anyway. You know how people want to get around these stars. So she jumps in the Uber and he ambushes her at the door and he stabifies her with those sharp objects. And then he goes and buys the stuff. All right. Now, I'm not listing all the stuff he bought, but we're going to hear it in a minute. But allegedly, he brought a kiddie pool to catch the bloodification. This sounds like a horror flick. Does this sound like a horror flick? This sounded like a horror flick. He brought a hacksaw, and he brought a burn, what is it called? A burn cage. Like a disintegrator. So the burn cage probably didn't work. The burn cage, you probably got to bring it out of the house. You probably wanted to do it in the house. Imagine allegedly burning a body in the backyard. Imagine that. The neighbors are going to be like, oh, barbecue today. What's going on? They're going to see it. Like Jason and Vampire. Yeah, it's like a movie, Shirley. So the burning thing probably didn't work for him because he probably wanted to do it inside, right? And he probably didn't want a chance doing it inside. Thank you, Daybreak. Right? But why they leave her in the car and not get rid of her body? Yeah, that's another good question. That's another good question. Now remember, we don't want to keep making excuses for a YN. But he's a YN. And my other theory is criminals are really dumb. They really dumbify. That's why they get caught. That's why when you're watching the crime channels everybody's obsessed with, the body cam videos, that's why they always get caught. Because they always do some dumb stuff. Because he was dumb. He's a dumb criminal. Why didn't he get rid of the body? Where was he going to put the body? If he did get rid of it, where you going to put it? Now, you dismembered the body, right? He could have got crafty with it and took a road trip and started outside of Cali, right? Drop one bag, fill it with garbage on top of the arm or whatever, drop it in Vegas. Keep going, drop this one in Florida. Drop another one, But see, dumb people, aka criminals, don't be thinking like that. That's why they always get caught. Right? He thought people was gonna think it was a crime spree. Yeah. Why did you leave that body in that car to be stinking and funky? First, the body was in the house, and like y'all said, there's a video out here of him is trying to explain because the neighbor's like, "What's that smell? Ooh, it's smelling funky." Like this is the neighbors was like, "Ooh, whoa, what's it?" Because the stench of an unalive person is like no other. It's not like underarm funk. Okay, it's nothing that Sure or the Dove deodorant could cure, right? And then as time goes on, it keeps growing and growing. It gets stronger and stronger, and then it burns your nose like ammonia. So there's a video out there with him explaining what that smell is. What is that smell? What did he tell him? Who's seen the video? What was he saying that the smell was? I'm gonna look it up. But what was he saying that the smell was? He knew no one was gonna look for her. He knew her family was not coming for her. Right. Because if you think about it, all the time that she was in that car, like which is a couple of months, right? The family ain't missing her because she ran away or was whatever she did. I don't feel like she ran away from home. I feel like they knew very well where she was at. I'm a D. Okay, D, do it to IG so I could get it. Because if you do it on here, I'm not going to get it because I'm live. So if you got my eye to the Jeezy, it's in my link tree. You know it, Charlene, right? Or even if you want to send it to the number. So you send it to the number. You have the WhatsApp number, right? I'm gonna put the WhatsApp number for my top gifters in the Discord, and also I got in the Discord. I got the tapper, and I got it for Android, and I got it for Apple. So look in the Discord, join the Discord. You can use it for me and whoever else you need to use it for. Right? Thank me later. Yeah, if they didn't know where she was, they would have been looking for her during that time. Yeah. Any parent out there that's a mama bear or a papa bear, even if their kid is missing in the store for 10 minutes, they having conniptions and heart attacks all over the store until the kid reappears. Any normal parent. To me, Celeste parents didn't give a F. Okay? Who even goes months without wondering where their child is? I know. If the teacher knew, the parent knew. That right. The teacher explained to the class exactly where Celeste is. She's with a star named David in Hollywood. He knew exactly where she is. The parents knew where he is. Because I'm sure the teacher told her to. I'm sure the teacher had a conversation with the parents. I'm sure. So she got to the door. Celeste didn't have a chance. He ambushed her, allegedly, poked her up, choppified her up, put her in bags, went and got hacksaws, tubs to catch the bloodification. Very gory. And put her in a cadaver bag in the front of the trunk of the Tesla. Now, what we know about a Tesla is that the Tesla got cameras all around the Tesla. There's cameras. There's cameras on the inside of the Tesla. And you don't know where these cameras are at, and you can't remove the cameras. So anybody out there, thank you, Tania. If you're doing dirt, do not buy a Tesla. Don't buy a Tesla if you're doing dirt. All right? Do not buy a Tesla if you're doing dirt. So, she's in the car. She's sitting there for months. It's stinking, right? Not if you don't pay for the subscription. Not if you don't pay for the subscription. Hey, Kalila. Hey. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to still get my notes. So they finally, where the Tesla's at, the body's stinking like no other. So now the people in the towing place, like the car was sitting in front of his place, and it was stinky, 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 right? And then the car was towed to the towing place, and then it was stinky, stinky there, and then the people in the towing place, they said, "Wow, what is that?" And they went and checked it out, and then they found the body, and they identified it. Now he tried to chopify her finger off because Celeste went and allegedly got a tattoo of David on her finger, right? And he tried to get rid of that because he knew that sometimes they identify you from your tattoos. They identify you from it, right? So he chopified her finger off, tried to get rid of that. And beyond insane, beyond insane. This sounds like they need to turn this into a movie. They need to turn this into the movie. If 50 Cents need to do another documentary, but this is the case is still going. I mean, he did it when I think the Diddy case was going, right? But 50 Cents need to turn this into a documentary, right? But the problem is some people ain't cooperating. That's the problem. Some people ain't cooperating. So that's not going to make for a good documentary when people don't cooperate. The Diddy documentary was successful because he had a lot of cooperators, because Diddy got a lot of haters. He got a lot of people that don't like him and turned on him and worked for him. Right? Neo knows a lot about David, about DVD. Right? Oh, people type comments that they filtered. Retype the comments in a different way. It's something that you typed that the clock didn't like. So retype it, y'all. So they come get the car, they find the body, and it's on and popping. That's that's when we found out the investigation starts, right? They take a long time. They tell us barely nothing, and we're sitting here wondering, is he going to get charged? Isn't he going to get charged? David goes silent. Now, he did do one more interview. He did do one interview, right? And he did that interview the day after her unalivement, and he was acting really nonchalant. Like nothing happened. That's when you know you're a sick individual. When you unalive somebody and you go on like nothing happened. David said it was coming from his bathroom. Oh, he said it was coming from his bathroom, right? And then I would have been like, where in the bathroom? Where in the bathroom? Did you take a good old caca? Where in the bathroom? Did you take a caca and you didn't flush it? Coming from your bathroom, then you better call a super. But now we know where the bad odor is coming from. It's this 14-year-old girl that allegedly was unalived under your watch. He said it was normal. Oh, he said it was normal. Okay, so they smell the smell, right? Thank you for the orange heart. Hey, Aileen. Everybody get your orange heart. Everybody tapify. Everybody join the super fans, all right? And everybody, I put in the Discord, join the Discord. I put in there on how to get the tapper for Android and the tapification for Apple. I put all the instructions in there. I put the link for Android, and I put the instructions if you have an Apple phone. You have an Apple phone, you got a built-in tapper in there. So I put you instructions on how to do it. Right? So they took so long with this case, we wondered, like, what's going on? Like, is he going to be charged? Is he going to be charged? Like, what's up? And now we see why they took so long, because there's so much evidence. It's so gory. It's horrifying. It's sad. We really got to do a better job protecting the kids, y'all. Okay, let's go to this clip, y'all. Let's go to this clip that I got. All right. And we're going to talk about some updates in the DVD, aka David, aka D4D, whatever you want to call him. El Sicko.
Upwork was the world's best freelance talent.
Boy, they probably doing a number on him in jail. They're doing a number on him in that jail, yo.
Just a trigger warning. Some of this reporting is graphic and disturbing. Please listen or watch with care.
Okay, let's listen, y'all.
Welcome to 48 Hours Case by Case. I'm Erin Moriarty. There are now pages of newly released details in the case of singer-songwriter David Anthony Burke, better known by his stage name, David. The 21-year-old singer-songwriter is charged with the murder of 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez, whose mutilated remains were discovered in the front trunk of his impounded Tesla last September. David has pleaded not guilty. On Wednesday night, the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office shared a brief, and that's what this is, regarding preliminary hearing evidence. With me today to discuss it all is Los Angeles Times investigative crime writer Richard Winton. Richard, I want to give a little bit of background before we start, just for listeners to know a little bit more about David. I mean, it wasn't too long ago that David seemed to be on this path to major stardom. He had billions of streams on multiple platforms. He composed the music for Fortnite. And now he's in jail without bail. Tell me about the brief and how unusual that there is a brief without a preliminary hearing.
This is more a thing done before a trial in typically in Los Angeles County. Here, Deputy District Attorney Beth Silverman, one of our most experienced prosecutors, basically just laid out the whole case right there in a document in great detail. Basically, we set out everything they know.
And it was filled with some pretty hard to hear details. You can understand them why the defense tried to get this sealed before any of us could read it.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, here's the basically who's
so the last court date, the defense put in a motion, right, to seal the evidence so that we wouldn't get to see it. And the court said, nope, I ain't sealing nothing. Everybody gonna see this shiznit. So they lost that, because now everybody's gonna see and hear this. And guess who else is gonna see and hear this? Guess who else is gonna get back to? Those inmates that he's in there in the jailification with. And they are gonna do a number on him, because they don't like it when you mess with the kids. With the back to them too. So they were unsuccessful in sealing this motion. So we get to hear everything that's going on with this case. Let's listen.
Literally laying out, how did David commit this murder?
In addition to the murder charge he faces, he's been charged with continuous sexual abuse of a child under the age of 14, unlawful mutilation of human remains, and then you have to add to that the special circumstances that exist: murder of a witness, murder for financial gain, and lying in wait. But let's start.
Okay, so you notice that they said murder of a witness, unalivement of a witness. Why did they say that particularly? Right? That's because a lot of this is coming about because it was a case already being started, right? Because the information already got back to the authorities that he was messing with her. And she was the star witness because it was about her. And he wanted to silence her, and he did. But he left a lot of evidence behind. Because, like I said, criminals are dumbified. Let's listen.
With really from the beginning what you learn in this brief. Again, it's according to the prosecution. It is it's their case. Tell me a little bit about her disappearances from home.
Okay, so we were at the LA Times. We were already aware that she'd run away at least 3 times from her home in Riverside County. She lives in an area called Lake Elsinore.
Right. They think they're smart. They always think they're smart in the program.
Inland.
And that is so true, Kalila. Right? The criminals always think that they're smarter than the program. Smarter than the popo. The popo is trained. They train to get you, to catch you up, to interrogate you, to catch you up. But the criminals are so smart that they're so stupid. They always think that they're smarter than the cops, smarter than the FBI. All of them. Right? So she ran away 3 times. Let's listen.
LA. It turns out as early as the age of 11, she'd had contact with Bentley. She's a relationship, a sexual relationship, and staying at his house. So at one point, the Riverside County sheriffs have been contacted and her family have reported her missing. So they tracked down that she's possibly staying with this David. And they call him on his phone, and he basically says that she's not there right now, but she saw her a few days ago. He tells that story. That very same day, Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputies turn up at the home to do a welfare check, basically have the same conversation, emphasize that her age, that she's a minor, she's not even 14 at that stage, and basically within days she returns to Riverside County. But it's not over there. According to this document, he pays another student $1,000 to basically give her a phone so they can keep in contact.
What other kind?
So parents, look for her. Okay, well, I'm gonna give credit. Okay, I'm gonna give them a little credit. They did not look for her. They looked for her a little bit, right? They call. He says she's not there right now. And then when they found her, they took her phone away because she came back. So when she came back, they took her phone away, and then D4VD David paid a student. I know that was one happy student. He was glad to give her that damn phone. I know he was glad to give her that phone, right, y'all? Wasn't he? Hey, Mississippi! Mississippi's here? What's up, Mississippi? How are you? I didn't get a chance to call you. I got to call you this week. How are you? He said that he said that she's not here right now. That sounds crazy. Yeah, of course he's gonna say that she ain't here right now. Because you know why? Because the parents is gonna be like, well, she need to come home. Let me talk to her. So of course that she gonna say that she's not here right now. He's gonna say, is Mississippi here, or am I seeing stuff? What's up, Cindy? Yeah, that was an easy money for the students. That was easy money. And a lot of people could use $1,000. It like, here goes the phone. Boo. What? So what you 14, 13, and 12 talking to D4VD, David? right? So he had some money to throw down. When you got money to throw around, Joe got money to throw around. That's why we haven't heard from Joe yet. If Joe ain't have no money to throw at those people in Africa, we be hearing a lot about Joe, right? Oh no, Mississippi said that she was stopping in a second. Oh, okay. She was in here and said hello. Oh, hey, she left so quick. I didn't even see her. She left so quick. I didn't even see her. I'm gonna call her this week though, see how she's doing. Right. So parents look for her. He said she wasn't there. She came and reappeared back home. The parents disciplined her, took her cell phone away. At what age do you feel like a kid should have a cell phone? At what age? Or what age do you feel that your kid or anybody's kid should have a cell phone? Because these kids, they be having tablets, cell phones at really young ages. Okay, Charlene says 15 plus. That sounds reasonable to me. That sounds reasonable. I would say 14 if you're doing a lot of sports and stuff where I need to keep tab on you. Because you got some 14-year-old that do a little 13. Okay, that's what I was just getting ready to say, is because a little younger, because sometimes they be in school and they doing all these sports and cheerleading, and you need to keep tab on them. And that's when the little boys come into play and they start talking to little boys, and you need to call them, get your behind on. Get what you do, where you at? Because you could track those phones too. So it's the gift and the curse, right? But you could track phones. So you can keep a tab on where the kid is, but then, the kid, you don't know who they're communicating with 24 hours a day. So let's listen, everybody that's coming in. We're talking about David and Celeste case. All right, we're going through it. We're starting from the beginning. Let's get it.
Information does the prosecution say they found that indicated that he was in fact still seeing her, and according to this brief, having sexual relationships with her?
Well, they have visuals from his digital. They have text message, numerous text messages, quite graphic and detailed. There's also references to abortion, Plan B, medication, basically things which really.
According to the brief, the date 2025 is.
So hold up. So when we went over the autopsy, which we did a few days ago, right? And they was going through the autopsy report, they were saying that her ovaries was intact and she had no indications that she was pregos. But listening to this, maybe she was pregos and they got rid of him. But I'm sure that, now look at this. She is a minor. Don't you gotta have permission from your parents to get the AB? Right? Maybe the parents did know about the pregos and signed for her to get the AB and knew about it. It's all gonna come out. Why are they discussing the aid to the abortion? Why is that being discussed? I can understand Plan B. A 14, 13-year-old. Hey, thank you, Special 1K. Thank you. You see I'm back, right? Thank you, Special K. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. We're back on the block, Special K. Thank you so much, Special K. Hey. W's in the chat for Special K. How are you? Yeah, welcome. So, We're talking everybody that's new coming in. Thank you so much, Special King. You had breakfast yet? What did you eat? Yeah, I just had a sausage, Kalila. I just had a sausage for breakfast. I eat a sausage every day because I haven't had a real sausage since 2012. Oh wait, that's the wrong sound effect. Wrong sound effect. I meant to press the last. I didn't have the real sausage since 2012. You know, the beefcake sausage. The beefcake sausage. So I figure I have a sausage every day to keep the real sausage away. All right. Thank you so much, Special K. I know I'm already. How are you doing? I'm so glad. I'm so glad I'm back. See, I hope my people find me and they come over. And so now, why are they discussing? Why are you discussing abortions with a 13, 14-year-old? Right? I meant fibbing. I don't know. I'm telling the truth. I'm telling the truth, Cindy. I'm telling the truth. I haven't done anything, right, since I had breast cancer. And I don't even miss it with all these diseases. And I just watched Deshae and them's live when they was in Miami. You should have seen how they was talking to those girls. I'm like, if this is the dating scene, I don't want it. Right? You know what I'm saying? They was like, well, you want to be with a nice guy that's telling you all the things you want to hear? Or you want to be with a guy that's going to keep it real with you and tell you that I'm going to be effing all of hers? Which one you want? I don't want that kind of dating scene. All right? Because I'm good. Look, I had my fun. Knockout done been with your favorite rappers, ball players, all kinds of I'm good. Right? So let's get back. We're talking about DVD. So they just mentioned, right, that she's on the phone with D4D, right? Thank you, Baby Kim, discussing the abortion, the Plan B, probably PrEP. A 14-year-old, 13-year-old, 14-year-old going to get PrEP or going to get an abortion is crazy. Right? And then didn't they do something about like there's new abortion laws in certain states? Do they have the abortion laws out there, Kalila? Because in some states, even if the baby is making you ill, you still got to go through with having a baby. They can't give you an abortion if the doctor does give you an abortion, the doctor's sent to jail. They could press charges against them. So does Cali have those laws or not? Does Cali have the abortion laws when you can't get rid of the baby? I don't know, but certain states do. Right? So let's continue to listen, y'all. Let's listen.
Crucial date. Is there something that led up to that date? Is there a reason for that is listed in the brief?
Yeah, so basically we get to see for the first time the most detailed account of what may be the motive. She's basically sending him texts which suggest she's, unhappy with him, concerned basically about the relationship, and she's, implying that she may tell some people about it.
See?
Obviously, that would have, as Beth Silverman lays out in the brief, that would have massive financial consequences if he was accused of having a sexual relationship with the minor. It would probably jeopardize everything he had. So what they say right on that note.
So boom. So right there, what he just said, we then now have the motive. We then now, what's up, DJ Jones? How are you? We then now have the motive. She's calling him. She's a young girl. She's all infatuated by this big star. Not a bad looking guy. Right? She wanted to be, that little young girl wanted to be with him. He sat her down in another apartment somewhere so he could do his thing. Probably was doing other stuff with other kids, allegedly. I don't know. It might come out. But he didn't have her in the house with her. He had her in another area to keep her at bay. Thank you, saying, hey, say it ain't Jay. Hey, right? He wanted to keep her at bay. But she's calling him saying, oh, probably I want to see you. What's going on? You acting funny. All right, I'm going to tell him what you doing. All right. Now, you like my hair? Thank you, DJ Jones. I'm back natural again. Back natural. Now, if she would have called his bluff, right? Thank you, Jay. And went to go public, because all she got to do is press that button. We live in an age that all you got to do is go on Instagram Live. She was like, what, 14 at a time? She got, what you got to be, 13 to go on TikTok? How old you got to be to go on TikTok, y'all? Ain't it 13? Who knows the age that you got to be, that you could be on TikTok? And you could go live, or you could talk, or you could be in. The certain age limit, 13. There you go. There you go. So at this point, she's 14. So she could easily press that button on TikTok and say, story time. And that story time would have did him in. All the brand deals pulled out. Tour. Oh, stop the tour. Uh-oh. You messing with a kid, allegedly. Record deal. Oh, we don't know. I feel like the record company would have still F with him, though, because record companies are greedy. All they want is your publishing. They don't care if you the devil. They don't care if you in jail. They don't care if you was Charles Manson and you had a record deal. As long as you got publishing, they're going to collect on that publishing. They're going to be like, carry on. You notice that when stars get in trouble, you notice they never get dropped from their record company, right? The only time they get dropped from their record company is when they don't do sales, is when they don't sell streams, is when they don't do numbers. Everything else is fair game. You go to prison, you come out, you go right back to your record deal if you want. You come out of prison, what's the first thing you get? A record deal. These record companies is greedy. So the record company probably wouldn't have did nothing to them. Sad to say, because they don't give a F about nothing but that publishing and that recoupment. Okay, you mess with the kiddies, but we need to recoup and we need your publishing. Right? So that's the motive. She was going to tell that he was effing on her. And she knew that he would lose everything behind that. Why? Because people don't like it when you messing with the kids. They don't like that. Let's listen.
Hey, after getting one of those messages, he gets her in an Uber, and she takes it from Lake Elsinore to the Hollywood Hills home, and arrives about 10:10. That's basically the last time anyone can account for her being alive.
And is that why the prosecutor picks that date as the date that there is no longer any more communications from her phone? But they're apparently...
Because this is very important. I want y'all to listen to this. This is very important.
The prosecutor picks that date as the date that there is no longer...
Let's go back a minute. Okay, listen to this.
Him concerned basically about the relationship, and she's, implying that she may tell some people about it. Obviously, that would have, as Beth Silverman lays out in the brief, that would have massive financial consequences if he was accused of having a sexual relationship with a minor. It would probably jeopardize everything he had. So what they say on that night, after getting one of those messages, he gets her in an Uber, and she takes it from Lake Elsinore to the Hollywood Hills home.
Okay. Now we know another thing that we didn't know before. Did y'all catch that? Where does she live? Where does her parents live? in Lake Elsinore. Where did she call him from that they just said? Lake Elsinore. So now we know that she went back home. Wow. Who knew that? Who knew that? So she's in Lake Elsinore. He's not in Lake Elsinore. He was like was he in the Hollywood Hills, right? He was somewhere in the Hollywood Hills. So she called him from Lake Elsinore. Sorry, I'm trying to, with the screwed up need to shower, made me go in. Oh, that's all right, Cindy. We here all day, Cindy. Put us on the speaker and just go for what you know. All right. You need, Cindy, you should look into connecting it to the Bluetooth. You got a Bluetooth around your house, right? That way you could just sit your phone down, connect me to the Bluetooth, and then you go around, do what you're doing, and just pick the phone up when you want to. That's what I'm doing when I'm watching people's lives. I hook it to the Bluetooth, and then I go do my housework or whatever I'm doing, right? And then I pick the phone up when I need to. You know what I'm saying? Bluetooth comes in handy. Now, we learned something new today that I didn't know. I thought she was out there with David all along. No, he sent her a little bit behind home. We didn't know that. That's why she was disappointed and disgruntled. She wanted to be with David, the star. This little girl probably was in love with that dude. And he was playing in her face because he's older. He's a YN, but she is a YYYYN. So she called him from Lake Elsinore. Remember I was saying I was wondering where she was at that she called him from? There we go. A $90 Uber in for her. And that yeah, he didn't look, Cindy, he didn't care how much that Uber cost. He knew what he was going to do when she got there. He didn't care if that Uber cost $500. He knew what he was going to do when she got there. In his mind, his twisted mind, right? Premeditated, exactly. In his twisted mind, I'd rather pay a $90 Uber than her telling everybody that I'm messing with the kitties. What a shame. It's a doggone shame. He would have been better off dealing with messing with the kitties. Now he got to deal with unalivement and messing with the kitties. If he would have just left her, because they already had a case going, that's probably why she was back home. Already had a case going. He would have probably got like 6 years or whatever. His career would have been over. Either way, his career would have been over. So it's like red pill, blue pill, red pill, blue pill. Which one you pick? How about stop messing with kids? Let's listen.
Drives about 10:10.
He had another
That's
girl already.
basically the last time anyone
I'm telling you,
can
AKA playing in her face. He sent her away because he's a star. You know what these stars do? These stars see a pretty girl every day. They see another girl every day. And those girls is young. Them young girls do whatever you say. And you a star too. And you a star? Forget about it. Okay? Let's go back a little bit. Okay, let's listen.
I think he had. So what they say on that night after getting that one of those messages, he gets her in an Uber and she takes it from Lake Elsinore to the Hollywood Hills home and arrives about 10:10. That's basically the last time anyone can account for her being alive.
And is that why the prosecutor picks that date as the date that
he said that she was disposable? It's sad that he just did that. Right. It's sad. In the real world, when you say disposable, you don't really mean you're going to dispose of them. You know what I'm saying? You just get another girl and then you ghost them. It happens all the time. Dudes, guys, girls, it goes both ways. Mess with people, get tired of them or whatever, over them, and then they start doing other things. You know what I'm saying? You're replaceable. Right? Now, now Celeste was about 19, right? Then we wouldn't be talking about this right now, because she wouldn't have a case as an underage kid. But she was 14, 13. Oh my, that's a sickness. Let's listen. Thank you, Kalila. These are my new reading glasses. I just got them in the mail, so I won't be squinting looking at the computer. You know what I'm saying? I got contact lenses on and reading glasses. Ain't that a blip? Okay, let's listen, y'all. Let's listen.
There is no longer any more communications from her phone, but there apparently are communications from his phone.
Right.
He starts sending between 10:30 and 11:30 a series of texts about her not being there or not turning up, and then basically implying that she wasn't there, which is kind of strange given we know.
So he sends for the Uber, right? He unalives her, and then he starts sending texts to her phone like, where are you? How come you didn't make it here? Where you at? Like, we wasn't gonna find out. Another dum-dum mode. You know very well where she's at, sir. Let's listen.
The prosecutors says they have direct evidence that Uber dropped her off at the house that very night, 20 minutes before those messages started. So this is where the window starts, where suspicious activity.
Ooh. I mean,
I just thought of something. How much you want to bet they're going to have the Uber driver in court? I wouldn't want to be that Uber driver. Ooh. The Uber driver probably going to have to come to court. Not only because he dropped her off, but the prosecutor and them gonna want to know what was going on in that car. Did you hear her talking about something? Was he calling him? Was she texting him? Was she talking? Was she venting? They gonna get that Uber driver in courtroom.
I can't help it. I work for a show called 48 Hours, that you hear those kind of details. And if in fact that is true, that he is calling, knowing that she is gone, he would know that that's going to look very, very suspicious.
As most people accused of murder
so many questions,
often
right,
do,
Flay?
they tend to not be thinking straight
questions
in the immediate moments.
Now, I do want to warn listeners and anyone watching this podcast at this moment that some of the details I'm going to ask you about are hard to listen to, because I think what matters now, according to the prosecution, they believe that she is dead on that evening.
They allege that he stabbed her, and
everything's all alleged.
And sadly, they allege that he let her bleed out.
And they also allege that if there was stabbing, it didn't end with her death, that there was dismemberment afterwards. And was there a particular reason why?
Oh, okay. So this is one of the more incriminating facts, and I'll be interested to see how the defense handles this. 2 of her fingers were cut off. One of her ring fingers. They allege that on that finger was a tattoo, and the name on that tattoo was David. I mean, everyone wondered when we initially heard that there was some fingers missing what the deal was.
So we know anytime.
Now,
anytime a girl alters her body with a tattoo with your name on it, she got to be in love with you. Ain't no way, right? Everybody come on in. We're going over the D4VD case. This is Miss Knockout. I do real world hot topics. You might know me. I'm talking to the B app right now, y'all. So stand down. You might know me from the Diddy trial over there on TikTok. I went viral, and now I'm back. I was on Beagle a while ago with the sticks, and I'm back, Jack. All right? I'm back to give the messy people a run for their money. All right? So we're talking about the D4VD case and all that the evidence, but we're talking about it from start to finish. So now he chop-ified those fingers off that had his name on it in the tattoo, which shows you what? Shows you that girl was in love with him. It's no way I'm getting a tattoo of any dude on my body, period. But if you do, you got to be really, what is they shuffling around? Sound like they playing shuffleboard up there. It sounds like they playing air hockey up there, hockey, right? Up above me and stuff, those doggone kids. Yeah, so you got to be in like, you hear some what's what a knock on the door. One time they was jumping up and down. I think they were dancing or something. I wanted to go up there and knock on the door and dance with them. I said, shit, I gotta lose some weight. Boom, 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 boom. So to get a tattoo on your finger like that, you gotta be in love with dude. You gotta be in love with dude. Right? That showed you. So he wanted to get rid of that. He wanted to get rid of that tattoo. And he also knew that was how they was going to identify her, because when she went back home, everybody seen that tattoo on her finger. Let's listen.
Silverman seems to have laid out what she alleges the reason why they were gone.
And the evidence that they list, what kinds of things did they say he ordered in order to cover up the crime?
Well, there's the first thing that happens that night is they managed to track his car, and him drove all the way to Santa Barbara County to a remote roadside near a lake, Lake Kachuma, which is a long way, by the way, from his home.
Okay, so now I'm going to ask Kalila and Alive. How far is Santa Barbara from Hollywood Hills? Just like in time. Is it an hour, a half an hour? Is it 40 minutes? How much time? I'm just curious. Right? Let's listen.
I mean, a long, long way. And by the morning, he'd gone back. But then he starts the series, well, they allege, the series of purchases, which he uses aliases to do. The first purchase from Home Depot is a spade.
A spade.
A spade he has delivered by Postmates the day after prosecutors allege she died.
Okay, for those who don't know what a spade is, it's like a small shovel, right? A spade is a small shovel. You scoop the dirt up. All right? Let's listen.
Disappeared.
But it doesn't end there, does it? And what was the name he used?
Victoria Mendez. According to this document,
he used the woman's
that's when
name.
he took to Amazon and he bought 2 chainsaws, a burn box, a body bag, and a laundry bag, all in quick succession as the days unfolded.
I may be naive, but until I read this brief, that was the first time I even knew what a burn box, burn cage is.
Yeah.
So I never even knew what a burn cage is, right? And I want to look up exactly what a burn cage is while he's talking about it, and I'm gonna come back and tell you. But in my mind, I feel it like he probably wanted to. In his mind, he probably said, if I burn it, aka like a cremation, then I could get rid of everything, right? But when a body is cremated, right, and it goes in that furnace, right? Hey, Nika, you can't buy that force. It's a certain force, right? It's like a pizza oven times 1,000. I don't think you could buy that in the stores. But let's continue to listen. I'm going to look up what a burn box exactly is. Let's listen.
Yes. But he did end up using another item which would be not something you'd normally think about in disposing of a body. That was an inflatable pole, the kind of one that young toddlers and kids use.
How does the prosecution explain ordering an inflatable pool?
So what Beth Silverman has alleged in this document is that in the days that follow, in May, that she alleges that David used one of those chainsaws to cut up Celeste in the garage in the pool. Blood was found in the garage. DNA tied to Celeste is found there. But here's a really, really probably very important part of that. When they did eventually find her remains in his Tesla months later, and she was cut up and she was in 2 bags, they also found embedded in amongst her remains bits of plastic that the prosecutors allege is from that small pool.
Does that explain to you, Richard, then why there were those special circumstances alleged initially, the killing of a witness, murder for gain? Does that evidence kind of point to the reason why those special circumstances were added?
So that, by the way, is one of his charges that they put in there. Unalivement for gain. Okay? Meaning that he allegedly unalived her because she was going to tell and make him lose money. Thank you, Cindy. Right? Unalivement for gain. Let's listen. Oh, okay. Let me tell you what the burn box for before we continue. Okay, so a burn box, a burn cage, right? He used the fake name of Victoria Mendez as a part of an alleged plan to incinerate evidence related to Celeste. Okay, so but what is it? I want to know, what is it? What does it do? I already know why he bought it. I want to know what it is and what it do. Because in my mind, it's like a cremation. It's the closest thing to cremation. Oh, here it is, y'all. Here is the burn box. Okay, let me share it on the Y to the Tubesy. Right? So this is the burn box, y'all. You see that? You see that? Those are burn boxes. Let me see if I can make it a little can I make it a little bigger? Let's see if I can make it a little bigger so y'all can see. So that's a burn box, right? You want me to show y'all here? Let me show y'all what the burn box looks like. Oh, this is crazy. Look at this, y'all. Because this is what a burn box looks like. All right, those are burn boxes. Look at that one. That one's just like a cremator. All right, see? So those are burn boxes. Who's heard of a burn box before? Because I've never heard of it. I've never heard of this. But then again, right? This is a sick individual we're talking about. So hey, you know? All right, so that's what a burn box looks like, y'all. Wow. Okay, so let's get back to it. We're just curious. Now let's carry on.
Yeah, I mean, basically, the whole thing is basically Beth Silverman is underlying this case, with the bottom line is, in the end, it was all about money, all about making money in the music business, the success. In the end, she became a potential obstacle to all this, and then he decided to do the most horrific things.
Wow. All right, y'all. Let's continue on. Everybody keep tappifying, keep sharing. You know how the Y to the Tuesday do. It's a lot of mercialification. Okay, so everybody come on in, everybody tapify, everybody share-ify. All right, we're talking and going over the D4VD case. All right, we're on Y to the tube C, XE, face to the booksies, link to the ends. We're on Kickification, Twitch. All right, and I did say XE. All right, so let's let the commercial play out, and we're going to get back to it. And also, everybody on the clock, keep tapifying. On the B app, keep tapifying, shareifying. Are you doing the Met Gala tonight? Oh, yeah. I want to do the red carpet. What time does that start? I do want to do, yeah, y'all come on back. We're going to do the Met Gala and get into all the outfits. Oh, for sure. For sure, I'm doing the Met Gala. Okay, let's listen. Thank you, Cindy. Oh, it's on top of my glasses.
It was absolutely David who did this. But up until I read this brief, there was a side of me that, I thought, couldn't he be set up? Do you really kill someone and leave that person in your car knowing it's going to be traced straight directly to you? Does that make you at least wonder about the details of this?
I mean, the defense is clearly going to present, okay, that's all you say, all this. Where's your witnesses? The people lived in this house. And what the brief doesn't say, and it's interesting because we had three periods of grand jury activity, and investigative grand jury sat in this case. They were different grand juries. And basically what Beth Silverman did was took witnesses, in this case, people with information, before that grand jury and questioned them, and then got the transcripts to help develop her case. She wasn't actually trying to indict him, but rather gather up information and basically bring people in who didn't want to maybe cooperate from his entourage. We know members of his entourage were sat before that grand jury. Parts of the record company management team was sat before that grand jury. So that does dangle that massive
So the record company didn't want to cooperate. What I tell you, these record companies are greedy. They don't care about if you unaliving people. You know what I'm saying? You see, they came for to Young Thug's trial and they stuck up for Young Thug. They rock out. They wanted to get Young Thug out of jail so they could keep getting that publishing. They ain't trying to have him go to jail for life and don't record no more music. The record company ain't talking. The people around him ain't talking. Somebody knew something. People knew he was messing with that girl. People knew what was going on. People standing right next to him getting calls from this girl talk about, all right, I'm going to tell. Just like it was people around R. Kelly who knew what was going on. Was silent. All the people that was around Diddy when stuff was going on turned on him, but you was around when that stuff was happening. What does that make you? You was around when it was happening. All of them was talking. They was talking. Around 24 hours a day. So you was around and you seen all this going on and now you talking about it. Who feels like the people around are like accomplice? Because it didn't feel like the people that was talking about the Diddy case that was around, it didn't feel like they was accomplice. It feels like they was like, I don't know. Let's listen.
Question is, well, where are they? Because then there's no witnesses in this document per se beyond the law enforcement and forensic officials. So there is this big unanswered question.
Richard, did it bother you at all? It just struck me, as you mentioned, there were a number of grand juries that were called, investigative grand juries. But isn't it more common that the DA would have a grand jury indict him rather than a prelim? And so I keep wondering, is the case as strong as they say it is when they obviously did not get a grand jury to indict him?
Yeah, this is a big difference, I think, that people don't really completely understand. So in Los Angeles, historically, grand jury indictments are generally rare. Other parts of the country, grand jury indictments are pretty common. Here, grand juries tend to be more investigative than indictive.
And by the way, that's what took so long, right? because the investigative grand jury is not like the grand jury that decides your fate. The investigation grand jury decides on whether you're going to get indicted. So they present all the evidence to them and they decide whether they're going to come and get you, and they came and got him. So that's what was taking too long. That's why they were so quiet. Let's listen.
We learned fairly early on that this was not really, they were not doing the indictment route. This was all about, hey, we need to get these people.
Richard, you had said that this brief really lays out a very detailed story, the way the prosecution sees it. Now, before this was released, the defense had been very strong, saying that the evidence will show that Burke did not do this. David Burke did not do this.
Oh, really? We want to see this.
Have they responded? Have they talked about this brief being released and had new comments about their client?
They haven't yet. What they did do in court is they tried to stop this from being made public because they'd obviously read it, were pretty startled by what had happened, and they tried to block it. They have not addressed it. What they had going into that hearing, they've been pushing for a preliminary hearing as soon as possible, a very kind of unusual, let's see if we can catch the prosecution off guard. They don't expect us to go make this, have a hearing. In California, basically, unless you have an indictment, you basically have a small hearing with the judge with a limited number of witnesses, and they basically have to find that there's established some preponderance of the evidence. This isn't beyond the reasonable doubt with the jury. It's just, is the preponderance of the evidence that this event, this allegation is at least strong enough to stand up to proceed to a trial. Here, the defense was like, okay, we don't think they're ready. We're going to go for it. And they immediately start going for it. The prosecution's like, oh, we're ready. But you should know there's like tons of terabytes, which is like the equivalent of like a small library, okay, to look at in this case. Most of it's obviously visual and audio, which takes up a lot of space. We get to yesterday, and this is a day where they're sort of meant to be setting the date, and lo and behold, Beth Silverman drops this document. Not long after, the defense is now looking at, next month, or basically a month away from this date for the prelim. Obviously, they want more time now, but they've got to see a little bit. It was kind of like, hey, you punch us, we punch you.
Well, but isn't there a risk for the prosecution as well? Because one of the reasons why you want a preliminary hearing is you want to surprise the defense with evidence they may not know you have,
right,
and they're not prepared. Doesn't this brief then give the defense a chance to defend this at the preliminary hearing?
Yeah, I mean, I think here the good thing for the defense, and it's probably partly apart from the fact they just got to look at a lot of evidence and they haven't got it all. It's like an enormous amount of terabytes. It is one to go. Now, they showed some of their cards, let's be honest. They didn't show all their cards. They didn't tell us anything about the human witnesses beyond the authorities. They didn't tell us what the friends are going to say or who's going to. Now, they don't usually, in this kind of crime, put those kind of people on. Typically, they put on just the key detectives, some forensic people, just to prove something happened.
Richard, you actually alluded to this. The defense is correct, isn't it, when the lawyers say releasing something like this pre-trial really could affect the jury pool?
I mean, there's no doubt in the modern era as well. Affecting the jury pool is a big part of how things operate. Yeah, I don't think Beth Silverman's naive. She knows by putting us all out there that even those who've never heard of David, and that's probably a lot of people over the age of 35, will now heard something about this, and it will permeate somehow into their sort of news cycle, their social media or something, which means she'll now have, a leg up when it does eventually reach a trial, if it does.
Now, I'm just slightly over the age of 35, but I had been really curious about David, and I spent a lot of time looking at his videos. I mean,
Now, am I bugging, or did she say that she was slightly over the age of 35? Now, I don't, you know, I mean, it's just startled me. Did she just say, wait, I gotta run that back. I got to run that back. Did she? Let me turn the light down so y'all can see it clearly. Now, I know I'm not no spring chicken. I know I'm not. And I don't tell my age. Right? But did somebody else catch that, or am I bugging? Maybe I heard wrong. Let's run it back. Let's run this back, y'all.
Or something, which means she'll now have, a leg up when it does eventually reach a trial, if it does.
Now, I'm just slightly over the age of 35, but I had been really curious about David.
So she's slightly over the 35. She's slightly over 35. Okay, let's continue, y'all. Let's continue.
And I spent a lot of time looking at his videos. I mean, he was a person whose stardom was on the rise. And I was interested in how he had set up this chat. It was very large on the Discord server, this area called David's Closet.
Oh yeah, they got
Wire Magazine.
That's another thing that's gonna cook them. Okay, that's another stop right there. The Discord. If you up to no good, don't be building that Discord all up to, because the popo gonna go all in that Discord. And if you go to deleting stuff for not only Discord, any app, they can get it. Because all they got to do is send a summons to Discord, IG, wherever, YouTube, wherever. They can get, once you put something on the internet, it stays on the internet. Realize that and know it. Thank you. Hey, Dr. EJ, thank you for the rolls. Realize that and know it. Once you put something on the internet, so now they're going to run through that Discord, right? And when these big stars have these Discords, all they do is conversate in there. All they do is have group chats. All they do is conversate. All they do is talk about stuff. All they do is make plans. All right? Triple combo. Yeah, Barrow. Hey, Michaela. Hey, everybody. Everybody on Y2Z. We got 22 people watching. Make sure you hit that thumbs up. All 22 of you. We need all the help we could get. All right? Yeah, so you look what? Most of us are not that lucky. Right? Well, I'm not as old as people think. People think that I'm older than I am, but I'm like, once you over 30, people think whatever. You know what I'm saying? So, let's listen.
Really interesting article recently talking about how, I think the title actually is, they made David a star. Now they want him convicted of murder. Have these young people who've been following him, supporting him, turn against him?
Some of them have, because some of them were very quick to start digging through the old imagery of that group. There's basically, you have this whole sort of interconnected community who'd put their sort of time into him. I mean, I don't know how this will play out at trial, but in one of his videos, he literally drags a body to the back of a car and puts it in there. It's actually very weird because he's also the body as well as the dragging.
Yeah, it's him.
Yeah. And then there's, another one of his videos, there's blood everywhere.
Talk about art imitating life. Now, remember I told you I watched the video of him bringing a coffin in. His people was bringing a coffin in to be the backdrop for his show. And all the YNs is like, oh, we got to get in the party. You want to go to a party with a coffin in there? What part of the game is that? It's really weird out here. This generation is cooked. You know what I'm saying? So now you got a video putting people in trouble. Why do art, when we look at all this, right? Art always imitates life. That's one thing about the universe. Whatever you put out in the universe, you got to be very careful. Because art imitates life. Look at Biggie. Ready to Die. What was his last title of his album? What were the words that Biggie put out there? Ready to Die. Life after death. What was the last thing that Tupac put out there? Machiavelli. Art imitates life. Sometimes you put the words out there and it happens. You know what I'm saying? If I do an album, I'm gonna put I'm a trillionaire. That's what I'm gonna name my album. I'm a trillionaire. Okay. Knowing what I know, and right, the tongue is powerful. I'm a trillionaire. I'm a trillionaire. That's what I'm calling my album, and I'm sticking to it. Okay, I'm a trillionaire. I'm sticking to that. I'm a trillionaire. Y'all go out and get it now. You know what I'm saying? I ain't naming my album, I'm about to die, or don't mind that. No. Ooh, let's listen.
Remember, they have like his entire iCloud. They have all his materials, so they'll know how he constructed songs. So he wrote some of these songs probably with other people. Typically, when you work for a label, they may have interacted. They may know if this particular song references her, or so this is songs which aren't published, possibly.
Richard, do you know for a fact where David met?
Now, he said that he had songs that referenced her that everybody knew about. Now, I watched the interview on him, and in the interview, David said that he makes these songs in his head because he doesn't really be around friends and wasn't around friends when he was younger. Right? He was just in his room playing games or whatever. But he said, I used to make up these things in my head, and those are the songs you see. Did you really make them up in your head, David? Or is it really things that really happened? Because I can't tell it. I can't tell it, DVD. This looked like stuff that was really going on. But according to him, in the last interview he did, and he did this interview a day after she was unalived. And he said, a lot of the songs I make is this made up stuff. Somehow I don't kind of believe that. Let's listen.
So Blessed, was it on Discord? Do you know?
No, and we just know it's online. His story is, he's an interesting character in that he developed his sort of early career just by basically originally doing other people's songs. He even basically did this Alvin and the Chipmunk style voice. So he would find ways to expand his audience. And that turned out, here's an interview early on with Benny Blanco, a well-known music producer, who's a good interviewer. And he asked him a lot of questions about how he grew his career. And he sort of outlines the whole expansion of basically doing other people's music. He was in the sort of Fortnite game world where he became somewhat of a personality. And then he was basically creating these Alvin and the Chipmunk songs. And then he moves into the real music and starts producing his own stuff.
I should point out that Epic Games, which publishes Fortnite, has actually offered refunds, and Rolling Stone is reporting that, in fact, he's been dropped from his label. Is that in fact the case?
Yes, he's been dropped from his label.
Oh, that's surprising. So the label did drop him. Good for y'all. So y'all ain't that greedy after all. Good for y'all. So his label dropped him.
We confirm that.
As they should.
So we will continue to follow this case as it goes on. Is there anything else that you found significant about this in just one day?
I think one of the most, I think what we're going to see here is that the prosecution at Beth Silver, one of their best prosecutors on this case. She's well known. She's done other cases of the highest level in Los Angeles and put away some of the most infamous murderers. But here we're going to see two of the more power players of LA legal community play again a head-to-head. He's being principally represented by Blair Burke. Blair Burke has had Harvey Weinstein. She's had numerous clients. These two only recently have squared off in a murder case involving a very famous hairstyle executive. So these two know each other well, and they take no prisoners, both of them.
Are you predicting that the preliminary hearing, when in fact it's held in a month or longer, will be like a mini trial? It's going to get the same kind of attention because these two are going to fight it out.
Oh, yeah. This is going to be an early showdown to see what you've got. Of course, Beth could also, given we just seen what she did with this, she could also just impanel a grand jury next week and indict him and skip past the whole process.
Wow. All right, everybody, let's keep coming in here. Let's keep tappifying. Let's keep sharing fire.
Clears.
All right, everybody, join the super fans. Join the Discord. I have the tappers in there. I have it for Android. I got it for Apple. Apple has a built-in tapper. Everybody come on in. We can ready to dive back in. And if you're just coming in, we are going over the D4VD, aka David case from we started at the beginning. Right, we went through all the evidence, and now we're talking about the trial. Okay, so let's listen.
Now, I don't know whether you got any sleep last night because you actually covered two hearings yesterday, two high-profile hearings. The first one was actually Nick Reiner's. Is that unusual that you would have
How you doing? What
two
you talking
of these
about over
very
here?
high-profile hearings on the same day in the same courthouse?
Not in Los Angeles, unfortunately. The ninth floor is famous for handling high-profile cases. Most Americans are probably only familiar with this floor, or maybe a brief reference in their minds of to the history. That this was the floor where Judge Lance Ito oversaw O.J. Simpson, and it's kind of has a little extra level of security. Luckily, my colleague James Quealy was also covering all this stuff, so he actually did the bulk of the lifting yesterday. But it's a microcosm because these big cases get sent to this one place in this massive LA court system. There's like this one floor where the judges handle the biggest and most heinous cases tend to be there.
Now, this was simply a hearing, and I should, again, just for listeners and viewers, to remind people that Nick Reiner is accused of killing his parents on or around December 14th, 2020.
Okay, so she goes into other things. So now I want to go into the text messages that David sent back and forth, because this is where they're going to get a lot. They got so much evidence on this dude. It's just like crazy. So let's go through the text messages that DVD sent Celeste during and after her unalivement. VIA, you know who.
Hi, I'm Ryan Reynolds, and welcome to my mountain television software demo stunt.
Okay, hold on. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. All right, y'all. Oh, there goes. Okay. So let's get this. So let's go over the text messages on which Celeste and David exchanged back and forth.
There's a lot of rumors about Lincoln. He had a front relationship with
So let's go into it.
That doesn't make somebody gay. Somebody said, "Oh my God."
Oh, okay. I think he goes into a lot of stuff on here. Let's see if he goes into it in the front. Okay. Okay, he doesn't go into it right away. Okay, we're gonna come back to that. I'm gonna find out what mark it is, and we're gonna come back to it. So I wanted to go over these text messages, right? Because it's gonna tell us what they were discussing. Okay, here it is. It's that I gotta go to. Let's go right at the point. Okay, here it is. Okay, so it's that 429. Okay, let's get to right at the point to discuss these text messages. Bear with me. Bear with me, y'all. Okay, let's listen.
Chainsaws, a body bag, and mysterious road trips. New details in the case against David. Prosecutors are now saying what they believe he did the night
Now,
of.
you know why he said mysterious road trips? Because remember, he said he did drive the car a long, long way, you know what I'm saying? And they don't know, where he went. Now, they're going to find out where he went, but let's listen.
And in the days following, the murder of 14-year-old Celeste Rivas.
It is pretty devastating. It is circumstantial, but it's a pretty strong circumstantial case.
Prosecutors say David met Celeste in 2022 when she was 11 and began a sexual relationship in November 2023 when she was 13. Then, April 22nd, 2025.
They have a massive fight, according to text messages, where she expresses a lot of jealousy over his interactions with other women, and that's when they say she makes this threat.
To ruin his career by exposing their relationship. The next evening, April 23rd, prosecutors say David ordered an Uber to bring Celeste from her home in Lake Elsinore to his place in the Hollywood Hills.
Very quickly after she arrives, prosecutors say he stabbed her to death and watched her bleed out.
That same night, they say he drove out to Santa Barbara County to dispose of evidence, all along texting and calling her phone saying, "Hey, where are you?" in an attempt to cover up his involvement.
Returns home that morning and immediately does an interview to promote his album that's coming out the next day.
So we just made a song every day for 2 weeks in London. I love London because of like the gloomy aesthetic and the gloomy just like vibe and environment that London has.
That same day, prosecutors allege he buys a shovel from Home Depot, which is delivered by Postmates. And a week later, he buys 2 chainsaws off Amazon. 4 days after that,
he orders body bag, laundry bags, and a blue inflatable pool.
The idea is that he would put her in the pool so there wouldn't have blood all over the house.
The Emmys report noted they found blue plastic fragments consistent with the pool embedded in Celeste's remains.
Right, he is.
Prosecutors
That's nuts,
say David
right?
made 2 more trips to Santa Barbara in May, possibly to dispose of more
My
evidence.
thing is, why do people feel like they're going to get away with this when they do these things? Do you think in your mind that, oh, I'm not going to get away with this, what I'm doing right now? What I'm doing right now, I'm not going to get... Do they think about that? Because they must not. They must not. Let's listen.
And yet, her dismembered body remains in his Tesla until it was discovered in September.
We need to caution. We're only hearing the prosecution's evidence.
The defense is saying we are going to prove that it was not murder. So we don't know what they have.
Still a long way to go here.
Well, I
The
don't know how they're
preliminary
gonna do
hearing
that.
is set for May 26th.
How are you doing?
Okay, so
My daughter would be...
evidently David went to a party, was partying right after he unalived Celeste. He did an interview. He was partying. Let's go to this, yo. Let's go to this real quick. And then we're going to move on to, we got some Ashley updates, right? Let's move on to this. David is a real sick individual because he's able
There's a reason firefighters
he's able to move on. He is able to move
always
on
win water fights.
quickly. And you got to be a sick mind to do that.
Just
You
like
gotta
there's
be
a
sick
reason
mind.
Morgan & Morgan is America's
Listen,
largest
y'all.
injury.
So many updates in the David case. First, he's now being accused of partying after allegedly brutally killing a 14-year-old girl. We've learned he wants to look more presentable in court. Fortnite has made a big decision about the singer's presence in the video game. So a lot of updates in this case since we last covered this shocking story. We want to get into it right
You
now.
want to look more presentable in court. Is that what you worried about, sir? I think you got bigger fish. You got other stuff to worry about, homeboy. You got other stuff to worry about, but he do look crazy in court now. But it's court, it's jail. You, of course, you ain't gonna, they ain't got the grooming tools in there, homeboy. You wait till they get a hold of you, David, and that. Ooh.
Out with Steve Fisher, the private investigator who has been on top of this case from the very beginning. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Okay, before we go any further, I have a law and crime legal alert. I have to tell you about Roblox.
Okay.
Roblox is under fire for allegedly not.
Okay, Roblox. That's what the little kids play, y'all. The little kids play the Roblox. Roblox got a lawsuit, y'all.
All right, so we have more alleged details in the David case, as there was a court hearing today. We're waiting for another major court hearing this week, the preliminary hearing, which we'll talk more about. But where are we? So David is currently locked up on charges: first-degree murder, continuous sexual abuse of a child under 14, and unlawful mutilation of human remains in connection with the death of 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez, filed by the LADA's office last week. We know that they claim that Celeste's decomposed and dismembered body was found September 8th, 2025 in the trunk of a car allegedly registered to David, real name David Anthony Burke, that this was out in LA in the Hollywood Hills. He's also facing special circumstances allegations of lying in wait, killing for financial gain, killing of a witness, using a sharp instrument with respect, again, to the murder charge. And this would carry heavier penalties like life in prison without parole, the death penalty, even though there's a moratorium on executions in California. And we learned from last week the autopsy report. The autopsy report was released, citing that Celeste's official cause of death was multiple penetrating injuries, the manner of death homicide. We did a whole sidebar with forensics examiner Dr. Mary Jabelic. If you want to check it out, you can see it. It's on Law and Crime's YouTube page. We also put the full autopsy report on our app, Law and Crime Plus, as well, if you want to watch it, if you want to see it. And now today there's a hearing, and this is described as a status conference, so kind of like a check-in before the scheduled preliminary hearing this Friday. We had a reporter in the courtroom. I'm going to break down a little bit later on what happened today, what you need to know. But going back to Friday, if that date sticks for the preliminary hearing and it doesn't change, that's going to be big, because by law, the prosecutor has enough evidence to support the charges. It's a probable cause standard. It's a lower standard. It's a low bar. You're not trying to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, but you have to say there's sufficient evidence to support the charges. And look, this is open. The defense can challenge the evidence. It's different than a grand jury, right? A grand jury secret. It's one-sided. We learned last week that there were, 3 grand juries hearing evidence in this case, but no indictment. Again, as I spoke about with the LADA, Nathan Hochman, could be investigative grand juries that examine evidence, but not necessarily asked to vote on an indictment, maybe. But aside from that, now we have updates in this case that we need to address since the last time we covered it. So David's physical appearance, a timeline laid out, accusations of partying after Celeste's death, changes to his relationship with the video game Fortnite. Okay, so for all that, I want to bring on private investigator Steve Fisher, who has been on the ground in LA looking into this case for months. Steve, thank you so much for taking the time, as always. First, I want to talk about, his court appearance and his physical appearance. I thought it was interesting, these requests that were made from his defense counsel, seemingly from him. What did you learn about what David requested regarding his physical appearance in court?
They filed 2 motions. The one, they filed a motion for him to wear civilian clothing. Specifically, they said it would be pants and a button-down shirt. That was denied. So he will be in a prison jumpsuit unless something changes. And then he filed another motion for him to get a haircut by the LA Sheriff's Department before the hearing Friday. And that was
granted.
Approved.
That was approved. Right.
What I found interesting is that those are the 2 motions they filed. There was no motions to unseal the 54 search warrants. And
I want to explore that for a second about why they did that. Before I even get into that, just going back to his physical appearance, I'll just say, look, it's not unusual for criminal defendants or particularly celebrities who want to look a certain way in court, particularly if there's photographs, if there's video. But why do you think he wanted this? I mean, you've been studying him, investigating him for months.
Taking pictures.
Is David somebody who cares about his appearance overall?
One thing I've always noticed, in especially like in the camera roll pictures we have for him, he wore the same things for days in a row. He didn't seem like a really hygienic guy, I guess you could say. And it's funny that he wants it now, especially since this is not televised. Cameras aren't allowed in the courtroom because of the child imagery. Specifically, it won't be going forward.
So he got all that money, right? He got all that money, and he's wearing the same clothes for 3-4 days in a row. You know what I'm saying? So this dude says that he's hygienically challenged. Wow, imagine making all that money. I'll be changing my clothes 2 times a day. And had all that money, you wouldn't want somebody to see you in the same clothes twice, right?
So it's really interesting because Alter's going to be as a sketch artist. I think he's a narcissist. I think he wants to keep his persona for the people that do show up in the courtroom. I don't know. Maybe it's being driven by his attorneys, but I don't think so. I think this is him. Let
me go back to the other part that you mentioned. So you note that his team didn't file motions to unseal all of these search warrants in this case. Talk to us about how many they are and what you know about that.
Yes, I went yesterday and I found out there's 50. I think there's 54 sealed, 55, including one that's unsealed already, which was the one for the vehicle. So actually, at the last 2 court hearings, Beth Silverman, the prosecutor, specifically said that if we're going to do this prelim this quick, we're willing to work with them to unseal everything that's under seal, so they have this information for the preliminary. Which she said specifically mentioned the search warrants and the grand jury transcripts, and that's when she disclosed there was 3 separate grand juries in the process that has to be done to unseal those.
3 grand juries on that behind.
The judge, hey, I'm on board. I agree to unseal everything. I just need the motion. No motion's been filed though. They filed the motion for the for the physical appearance, the hair and the clothes. Nothing that, at least as of that's on the docket, to unseal those things.
Made of questions here. Why wouldn't they? Because there's been a question about whether or not they're going to delay the preliminary hearing, whether it's actually going to happen Friday. Remember, they've kind of put the prosecution's feet to the fire. We want 10 days. We want this preliminary hearing. We want to see what you have. I wonder if they're going to have difficulty asking for a delay, if they do, and not even having, according to you, made a motion to try to unseal them.
Yeah. So I have a feeling that, what you're saying is exactly it. I think they're probably at the last second going to say, Your Honor, we don't have the discovery. It's I think there's going to be some pushback because at that last hearing, the judge said specifically that she was willing to make accommodations because.
I thought they did indict him. They're moving forward with the next hearing. I gotta look that up, Clark. I think they did indict him. That's why he's in jail. If they didn't indict him, he wouldn't be in jail, Clark. Let me verify that.
Appreciate this from her. This is a high profile trial.
I'm almost sure that he's indicted.
If, for instance, she said that she does not do afternoon hours. She was making an exception for today, for the hearing that'll happen today, which is where I think this will find out for sure, not if it is going forward. But that this was not normal procedure, but she was doing it anyhow. So now if they were to come in on the 1st and say, we just didn't get the information, so how can we go forward? Because they really didn't want the information right now. I think it's going to get very called out on that.
Hold on.
I would imagine today will be the day.
Hold up. Now, in my mind, right? In my mind, with all this evidence, I'm like, how could he not be indicted? Right? But it looks like Clark is right. David has not been formally indicted by a grand jury at this point as of May 3rd. Now he got a couple of court days coming on, so it might be happening. All right. He was arrested on April 16th and charged with by criminal complaint of first-degree unalivement with special circumstances, sexual abuseification of a minor, and mutilation of human remains, and he pleaded not guilty at his arraignment. A preliminary hearing where judge decides if there's enough evidence for a case to proceed to trial was originally set soon after, but has been postponed. That's why he wasn't indicted yet. It's coming, Clark. But he wasn't indicted because it was postponed to May 26, 2023. At the defense's request to review the evidence. So they prolonged it. But it's coming, Clark. It is coming. Right? All this evidence. So the reason why they didn't indict him yet is because they didn't have the court hearing to announce that he's indicted. They postponed that. I want to get out there on the 26th, y'all. Y'all, come on, y'all. Get me out there. Get me out there. Okay? Let's listen.
If I had to guess, I think it's going to get continued.
Let me ask you this: 55 search warrants. Is that unusual? I mean, that seems like a lot. And why? How specific do you think each one was? What do you think they were for?
Well, you definitely are going to have, Apple with iCloud and his individual devices.
Right.
I can tell you that he does have a
that.
lot of actual devices, a lot of phones.
Look. When they're going to get all of that, they're going to get the iCloud, they're going to get all his texts, they're going to get all his messages, they're going to get all of that, right? And you know the YNs, they love to text. See, y'all love to text. All that evidence. Me, I'm like, I call, people be texting me. The only time I want to have text is if I want something to be in black and white. Otherwise, call me. Or sometimes people call you and they try to get you to say something in the text. So they ask you such and such and such, and then you got to answer them, and now it's in black and white. Yeah, there's no way he could with all that info. Email. I was on a grand jury. It's crazy how much stuff they can pull up on people. Yeah, they could pull up everything. All they got to do is send a summons to whatever company, IG, Discord, Cloud, Apple, and they give it right to them if it's a court case. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, if Cook was a person, this will be it. So they're going to indict him, but they just postponed the hearing to announce whether they was going to move forward with the trial or not. Let's listen.
And then you're going to have Google and stuff like that. But there was a search warrant issued as late as April 20th, so after his arrest. And there was another one that looks like it falls on like the 5th or the 6th of April. So they were issuing search warrants right up. I think there was a total of 7 that I saw that were issued in 2026.
Do you think that's something he had on him at the time of the arrest, or something at the property where he was arrested?
I think they probably had some sort of I think that when they arrested him, they cataloged what was there, and then they got a warrant immediately, kind of like they did with the car originally. They went there, they verified that there was a smell in the car, they immediately got a search warrant to enter the car. Probably the same thing. And Beth alluded to that. Actually, she said that she didn't know at the time if there was going to be significance from those returns or not.
Let me ask you this: do you think that those warrants also include materials possessed by other individuals that are not David?
Certainly, I definitely think there's going to be at least cloud type of data, other Facebook account or Instagram accounts, Meta, let's call it, and iCloud. They specifically leaned into iCloud a lot. They said that there was over 10 terabytes of data from one iCloud account.
10 terabytes.
So, which, listen, I can kind of
10 terabytes from one iCloud. Do you know how much 10 terabytes can hold? 1 terabyte is enough for a plethora of data. This dude had 10 terabytes of info. The YNs love that technology, right?
See,
Prime
you
said
got
it's
the
a
musician.
lot.
He's probably got a ton of music,
Like
ton of
21
video,
Savage
video,
said,
and
it's a
everything back
lot.
up there. But it's still a massive.
A lot.
I know. I've heard reports of them saying 10 terabytes of child porn. I don't think that's the case. I think it's a 10 terabyte account. Yes, I think others are wrapped up in this. I think all his inner circle people have had all their
now that's
accounts.
Now that's a very good point. That's a very good point, Clark. It could be his music taking up a lot of space. Because you do gotta buy, because I got 2 terabytes laying around here. You know what I'm saying? With my music and my videos and my data and cleaning stuff off my computer. You know, I'm making a lot of thumbnails. You know what I'm saying? I don't have time to clean it. I just put it in its external, right? But that's a very good point, Clark. It could be a lot of his music on there.
Subject to search warrant by their social media accounts and including his management.
I'm glad you mentioned. I mean, this is something we talked about previously. And prosecutors say he was in possession of child pornography. We don't know if it was allegedly of Celeste or someone else, but that was interesting and made me wonder if there could be federal charges on the horizon for him. Real quick, if they unseal these search warrants, you, me, everyone's going to be able to see them.
We'll be able to see who they were served upon, and we'll be able to see what the return was. Not saying the data, but the return filed by the police saying we recovered, this account, data from this account, whatever. We'll see on a general basis, and we'll see who it was served upon, what they were looking for, and what the probable cause was, which is going to be the real tell in this thing, what the probable cause was to get the search warrant.
So back to the preliminary hearing, and we'll talk about it a little bit later on because at the time of this recording, we haven't had the hearing yet later today. Do you think this preliminary hearing is actually going to happen on Friday? And if it does, how much of the prosecution's case is going to be revealed? And how much evidence are they going to present of what they have against David?
Well, they just have to show enough that they have probable cause. However, I think because of the nature of the case and everything, and because some of the scrutiny that LAPD and the DA's office came under, I think that they're going to overshoot that a little bit. I think they're going to say, we've got a case here. Look what we have. And this is just what we're showing you for probable cause. Whether it happens or not, I have a feeling it probably is not. The fact that they have not filed, especially for those grand jury transcripts, because listen, they need to know, meaning the defense needs to know what Neil Langston and Rob Morgan said. They have to have that information. They can't go to a pretrial without that. They have not filed anything to get those unsealed. And the judge told them a couple times she's willing to unseal it. They just need a motion. The fact that they didn't do that immediately at the courthouse, I think that they're talking a little different than the real strategy that they're going to actually explore.
Steve, something else that I thought was significant is if the DA is claiming that David killed Celeste to prevent her from coming forward and exposing his alleged illegal behavior, that he did it to protect his career, I thought it was very interesting the following, because according to Rolling Stone, Interscope Records cut ties with him before his arrest. UMG, so Universal Music Group, is working to get their clients' songs that they collaborated on with David removed from streaming platforms. According to People magazine, Fortnite is going to refund the players who made David-related purchases in the game. They released a statement saying, we hear the concerns. We have a bunch of changes we're rolling out over time. The first one will be available on Tuesday, April 28th, when anyone who purchased one of these items will be able to get an immediate self-service refund. And right now, players who request refunds for David Cosmetics via player support can be refunded. And by the way, David's song Locked and Loaded was apparently the game's first official theme song back in 2025. This is per reporting from Houston Chronicle. And to give everybody an idea, by the way, of why this is significant also, and I'm going to go back to Steve on this, David reportedly talked about how much this game meant to him. There was this Variety interview where he said, quote, Fortnite has been such a big part of my life, and it's what led me to make music in the first place. Being able to create the official anthem for Fortnite feels like a true full circle moment.
Okay,
Fortnite gave me a space to be creative and connect with people all over the world, and that same energy is what I wanted to put into this.
Hope you feel better, Aileen. I'm sorry you don't feel well. Okay, I hope you're feeling better. I hope you feel better. Go get you some rest and take care of yourself. Okay? Go get you some rest and take care of yourself. Go get you something to eat and do what you need to do. Lay down. All right? We'll be right here. I'm here every day. All right? Take care of yourself. All right? Love you, girl. And I'll see you soon.
Back. It's more than a song. It's me giving back to something that shaped my story as an artist. And even now, Playing Fortnite is still my true passion. So I find this very relevant for the prosecution's case, Steve. If they're trying to say he tried to silence a witness to prevent his career from being torpedoed, look what just happened after his arrest. They might be able to use this potentially.
Everybody said,
and listen, I think if it goes to trial, you're going to see that the way he met Celeste was through Fortnite, and that's significant. And listen, good on Fortnite. They didn't do this after a bunch of pushback.
Wow.
They did this. One person requested a refund, and they immediately processed it, and this started the ball rolling. And good for them. Yeah, he hasn't been proven guilty yet. I know that, but they're a private company, and if there's we don't want our name attached to him whatsoever, and we're going to refund people who, good for them. And
good move.
Because listen, Celeste did meet him through Fortnite when she was very, very young, and then it went over to Discord. And
so everybody who was asking how did they meet, okay, Celeste met him through him playing Fortnite. Remember before he was a singer, right? He was streaming, playing gaming. He was a gamer streamer, one of those gamer streamers on the Fortnites. Girl, what was that girl doing on Fortnite? She should have been on Roblox or something. The real youngest, they play Roblox, don't they? Yes. So we all hope Aileen feels better. We're sending her love and light. Yes. So this is how she met him, through him being a gamer over there in Fortnite, and that's how a lot of people started their relationships with David, and then he turned into a singer a little later on. Let's listen.
So I appreciate they did that, and he did.
I know. I heard Spooky. They got lawsuits, Roblox.
Lure people, and it's obviously against their terms of service, and they didn't endorse it at all. But I'm glad that they're doing it without being asked to.
I want to talk about the timeline. So you constructed a timeline in this case, and I want to go through some of it. So tell me about what happened on the day of Celeste's alleged killing, and what happened immediately after.
It's really wild to kind of see it on paper like this, and I got to give my analyst credit for putting this timeline together. On the 23rd is the day that the prosecution alleges that she was killed and lured over there and then killed. Beth Silverman seems to be saying it was the 23rd because last week
going over to his house, and she never.
And she also called it the 1-year anniversary of her death last year on the 23rd. So he comes over there, and that is the day that he'd just gotten done with Coachella. He's back. He's kind of on this rush of activity going on, and they announced that the Wither tour or Wither album's dropping, and there's going to be a tour, and pre-sale starts. So here comes the money rolling in, right? And obviously they're alleging that Celeste was threatening to stop that. Now, what I find really interesting is, and I'm not saying anybody else was involved. I'm just saying I find it interesting that this is a period of time, the 23rd, when they announced that. The next day they have a album release party. And
so now we know that he was releasing his album right on the cusp of her unalivement, right? And then she starts threatening his livelihood. So he's just getting it popping. He's just getting started, just getting it popping. The money's rolling in. They're doing pre-sales. He's doing the shows with the coffins and all of that, showing his videos with him putting bodies in the trunk and everything's going. And then this girl threatening his livelihood, because once you tell people that you messing with the Cherins and them, it's done, ain't it? Let's listen.
Wither tour pre-sale, and then ticket sales start. And then by the 25th, he's playing in New York. His management's in town. His management who leased the house is in town. Don't know where they're staying, and his friends are all around. I put up pictures yesterday of them on the 24th at this
like
party.
Normal.
This would be just hours after he killed her, and Neo and Asia are in the photos with him. I don't think he had a lot of downtime by himself, coming off of Coachella and then all these PR events happening. And by the 25th, from the 23rd, he kills her. By the 25th, he's in New York. He has a party, album release, all this stuff happening. Who was around him? I think that's going to be really key.
Wow.
Yeah, so this party, you say, is in Culver City, California.
It is going to be key because they had people around him and they know things. And they say a lot of those people that was around him, they trying to get him all up in court and they ain't cooperating. Now, somebody going to talk because loose lips sink ships. So somebody going to talk. You already know. I didn't hardly get any battle requests today. That's kind of strange. I've never been on here this long and not got a battle request. Everybody come on in. Thank you. Hey! What's up, Elevated? Locks is in the building. I decided to come back on the beat. What's up, Elevated? Hey! How are you? Hey! So we in here, we discussing the D4VD case, all right, with the unalivement of Celeste, the girl who barely made it to 15, that was found unalive in the trunk of his Tesla. And we're going through the case, all the evidence and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So you could find you can watch everything back, everybody. That's my friend Elevated. She was on Bigo with me. She was on another app with me. So she was on TikTok, like, a little bit, so we got history going back to the B app. You know what I'm saying? So we back on the Blizzy, got back on the block. Yes. So yeah, we got it's all Elevated. Okay, sidebar. Hold on, y'all. Elevated. So Moet Goddess was over there with DVD. With not DVD. Oh, my bad. Not with DDG. So Moet Goddess was at the DDD concert. She went to the one in Atlanta, and then I said, I know that's not Moet Goddess. And he was hugging all on her. He was hugging on. She was like, and you could, she was, she was animated, like, she stood out. But in my mind, I'm like, now who gonna tell him? I ain't gonna look. I don't want nothing to do with that. But he was grabbing on her. Now he put his hand up there and she moved it down. I don't know. I gotta show you something when we get off here. I gotta show you something because somebody found a picture when somebody was a small little, like a little more bigger than a toddler. But I don't want to be the one to get when he was grabbing on her. I was like, ooh, oh, yeah. And then she went to the show in Miami. She went to the show in Miami, and then she said, "Oh, I'm going to the one in LA." He said, "Come to the one in LA." But I'm like, who gonna tell him? He was grabbing all over her. I was like, ooh. So anyway, I don't want to get involved in that because I know it's gonna be a thing. But she was funny though. She was funny. She was animated. She got, she got clips and stuff. So yeah, she was real funny. So everybody coming on in here, we're talking about the D4VD case, okay? And I'm back. My phone okay, K-Matt, welcome back. And everybody, we're on the Cloxies. All right, everybody Tapify. Everybody put some hashtags in the comments. Thank you, K-Mac. And we are now on all platforms. We're on the Y to the Tubesies. We're on the Face to the Booksies. We're on the Linky Dens. We're on the Twitchy Pools. We're on the Xies. And we're on the Kixies. All right. I did Miss Knockouts on the technical stuff. I'm learning how to do all this stuff. And we on the B to the I to the GEO. So we 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 at one time. Woo! Boy, she good, right? So everybody on Y to the Tubesies, I see 23 people. I want you to give me a thumbs up and let's help push Miss Knockout's videos out. All right. I wish I was on here during the Diddy trial. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I got a lot of recognition on the Diddy trial, but I feel, and a lot of other people told me too, that if you was on YouTube, you would have got even more recognition and it would have stayed there in history and time. In TikTok, you film and you stream and then it goes away unless you re-upload it somewhere. You know what I'm saying? But I did do some. I'm gonna go home. I'm gonna go back and redo the thumbnails and maybe repost some. So everybody come on in, everybody typify, everybody shareify, and everybody blessify Miss Knockout so she won't be brokeify. All right? And we're talking about the D4VD case, and then we're gonna go into the Ashley Janae case, the young lady who was found unalived in Tanzania. They tried to tell us it was a suicide. Okay, thank you, Slay. Slay said you did a good job. Thank you so much. Yeah, everybody trying to tell us it's suicide, but we ain't buying what they selling. All right, so we're gonna talk about that case. We got some more updates. They have the funerals going on May 5th. Right, the funeral is like it's like 4 hours out. Now I could get somebody to drive. I think it's less with a car. I think it was 4 hours with transportation on like the bus and the plane to the train. But I think if somebody was to drive, it was a couple of hours. Right. So I might still see if somebody wants to go out there. You know what I'm saying? Because, I was covering a case. I was going to ask the lady Fumi said that if she was in Jersey, she would have went to the funeral. Everybody feels so bad for this girl. They feel so bad for her, because nobody's getting to the bottom of what happened. And we're going to go over why the parents should have went over there. I feel like if they would have went over there, then they would have had an autopsy. Guess what? No autopsy from Zanzibar, from Africa. No autopsy. Imagine that. But they did. Well, we're going to it next. Let's finish this first. Then we'll go into that. All right. So we're talking about D4VD, right? And AKA David. Okay. We now know that a lot of things that we're learning in this broadcast, one of the things we learned was he sent her home. I was wondering, like, where was she living? Was she with him? Was she downtown? No, she was back home and he was off on to the next one. She's a younger girl. She don't understand getting ghosted and adult relationships and how they do you out here in these doggone dating streets with these ninjas. You know what I'm saying? She don't understand that. He's a star. She wanted to be with them. She wanted to be around. And he sent her back. Thank you, Cali girl. Hey. He sent her back where she came from, and that's why she was a rape. Right? So now we know that she did go back around her home during her last days, and then she left there to take another Uber to go and finally see him. She probably was excited to see him and didn't know what lied ahead for her, right? And another thing that we are learning is that DVD, David, drove his car miles out. Why did he drive that car after her unalivement miles out? And another thing we learned was that he brought a burn cage, almost like a disintegrator or a cremator as a sort, right? And so he broke up with her. Yeah, and he sent her back. And then when she started complaining and threatening him and threatening to go public with the relationship, he said, okay, jump in the Uber. And then that's how he allegedly ambushed her. Right? And we also learned today, which was a burning question in my head, is how does a 21-year-old meet a 11 she was when he met? So she met him when he was playing Fortnite. A lot of the young kids go on the site. You know what I'm saying? My family members that got young kids, they monitor all their kids' tablets and stuff like that. They can't be on those sites no more because they know that that's how the creepy weepies get in. Right? Yeah, he does look like a kid also. He is a kid. He is a kid. Technically, he is a kid. He's a youngin'. You know what I'm saying? All of these are babies, if you will. You know? So she met him playing Fortune Night. Because I'm like, where does an 11-year-old have to be at to get involved with the 20-year-old? Hey, these days it's easy. With the broad, wild, web, all they got to do is click and look. These babies come out working those tablets, don't they? Don't they work those tablets? My nieces, they had those tablets when they was toddlers. They was pressing those buttons. And they was like, yeah, they know how to do this, and they don't know how to do that. They know how to get to this, and they know how to order food. They know how to do all kinds of stuff. And they toddlers. So they come out. These kids these days, they come out with technology. I just did a research of a post because I'm getting ready to put up my post on my YouTube, right? And I just did a very creative post I'm getting ready to put up. I got to make the video, of course, and talk and do the script and stuff. I did everything, wrote it all out. I got all the pictures and everything. And I did research, and I'm doing my vision of what humans are going to be like in the year 3000, 4000, right? And it's very interesting because one of the things that I envision for people when they're, in the year 4000 and 3000 is we're going to have these contact lenses that you put in your eyes. And that's where we're going to be able to see all our social media and stuff eventually. It's going to be remember, it's an involvement. Okay. First, the computer started. They had these big floppy disks, right? Then they had these big phones, and they had the track phones. Everything evolves. And I also feel like we're going to have subtle implants. I'm very so much into this stuff. Like I'm like a hood nerd, if you will, right? I feel like we're going to have these implants that's implanted in your body that monitors, like if you sick, instead of going to the doctor, right? Instead of going to the doctor, all right, we'll have these subtle implants that detect where you're sick and administer the medicine that you need in your body. Because this is the difficult time that we're going through, or with that thing that starts with a T. We're going through a difficult time now, but eventually I believe that times are going to change, and it's not going to be this against us. It's going to be the world changing into helping us and living longer. And, technology is going to change. You know what I'm saying? And actually finding cures. I feel like people are going to evolve, and the new people that come along are not going to be like the old people like Mr. T and all of them that make money off us being sick. I feel like that's all going to change and evolve with technology. But y'all watch the post when I put it up. It's very interesting. You're going to be like, Miss Knockout got a heck of a doggone brain and imagination up there, boy. Yeah. So everybody come on in. Let's continue to tapify. Let's shareify. And we're listening and we're learning. We learned a lot today about D4VD and how all this played out. And see, all this time while we were waiting for all this information to come out, D4VD, you knew what you did all along to that girl. You knew it. You know what I'm saying? And he was quiet for two reasons. He quiet the same reason Joe McCann is quiet. They both know what happened. They both know what had happened. And when you know what happened and it's not good, you go quiet. And plus the lawyers, quiet. Because Joe McCann lawyered up. He's consulting with lawyers. Right? But let's listen, and then we're going to move on. We're getting ready to move on to Ashley Janae. We got a couple of updates with that, right? And then not now, but later on, we're going to take a break. And guess what? Tonight is the Met Gala. I heard Nicki Minaj got blacklisted from the Met Gala. Did y'all hear that? They blacklisted Nicki Minaj from the Met Gala. I gotta look up why. Allegedly, I gotta look up why. I don't know if it got to do with her going over there to the T-Man, right? But she goes there every year, so we're gonna see if she's there tonight, right? So tonight I'll be back. What time is the Met Gala? I think it's like 8-9 o'clock, or is it earlier? Oh, it might be now. It might be now, but let's listen. We might have to go into it now, y'all. Let's listen.
You said in your post, based on the timeline, I do not believe David was alone for more than brief periods between April 23rd and April 25th. I guess the question is, where do you think Celeste's remains were? Where was her body during this time?
I don't know. I mean, they're actively at this minute trying to find that out, really. And listen, I think that there's some nexus to downtown LA. On May 5th, when they alleged that she was unfortunately, dismembered by him, they said that happened on May 5th. There's a photo of him, that social media post that we recaptured of him at a Cinco de Mayo type event downtown late at night with a food truck.
It's Monday.
Physiology of this is that
it's not tonight. It's Monday.
23rd of April and dismembered on May 5th.
Stop the press. It's Monday the 4th. So the girl came in here and she said, "You covering the Met Gallery tonight?" And I said, "Yeah." It starts at 6, but it's on Monday, y'all. It's not tonight. So Monday, come back. We're going to do the Met Gala red carpet, 6 p.m. EST and 3 p.m. PST. So we'll be in here and we'll be going over all the outfits for the red carpet. All right? 6 p.m. EST tomorrow, 3 p.m. I hope the girl comes back in here so I could tell her it's not tonight. She said tonight. I was like ready to go. I was ready. Yeah. So let's listen.
It'll be refrigerated most likely in between. And I don't know if that means it's a warehouse downtown or some sort of facility downtown that he rented or had or whatever. But I don't believe she was kept at the house, and she wouldn't have been in the state really to dismember her, to where she was still wearing clothes and everything. And that would have been, a really tricky situation if she wasn't. So I think she was stored downtown or somewhere that had refrigeration.
So they said that she was wearing a tank top, like she was wearing a bare minimum. You know what I'm saying? But 14-year-olds, 13-year-olds, they always dress with their little tank tops, their shorts. I was like, when I was like a young, like 11 and 12 and even 10, I had tank tops. So I don't see anything unusual with that. All right, let's listen.
Are so heinous and so disturbing, but you couple with the idea of him, allegedly partying right afterwards. And didn't he stream? Didn't you say he streamed? Or was it on the 23rd or the 24th?
He streamed a performance. He did a 3-day band lab collaboration in New York City starting on the 25th, then flew home to Houston and performed there from his hometown on the 28th. And they streamed that as well. But there's no way, you can't look at the pictures of these performances except when he starts breaking down and crying, which makes you wonder if that's a little performative. But like when he's at this party, he's having the time of his life. I mean, he's on top of the world. It's all about him. It's his party. He's bell ball, so he doesn't look too bothered. And I sure would like to talk to people like Neo and Asia and his management and say, what was his mindset? What was he talking about? Were you at the house that night? Because David, when they have these parties, they tend to be after parties at the house.
Right.
So I go back to something that you wrote.
That's not
in your
unusual
post. It's difficult to believe that no one knew anything about Celeste. Immunity may protect someone legally, but it does not shield them from public perception, especially if information was not brought forward immediately. These photos are from the April 24th party, 100 Thieves, hours after Celeste Rivas Hernandez was killed, according to prosecutors. So You and I talked about this, but I just want you to elaborate.
So this dude, right? Listen to this, you got to be a real sick individual to go to a party as usual after you sat there and did that to a body, a human. Some people have no regards for human life. They have nowhere. So this dude went to a party. He went to a party after he did what he did to Celeste. How disturbing is that? Like every inch of the way, this thing gets more and more disgusting and disturbing as it goes along. Right? And we got to protect our young girls because he's not the only one. There's other predators out there. They're all over. You know what I'm saying? They need to bring back that commercial. It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your kid is? Remember that commercial? They need to bring that back, Jack, right?
On it. I asked DA Nathan Hochman in my interview on Jesse Weber Live on News Nation about whether other people will be charged. And he goes, look, it's an ongoing investigation. If people have more information come forward, he wouldn't confirm whether or not someone was given a deal or whether or not someone was cooperating.
Maybe.
I remember he did say there's cooperating and non-cooperating witnesses potentially in the grand jury. Your thoughts on this? Again, if we're looking at the timeline, we're looking at what prosecutors are alleging. I'm wondering whether or not
Sean.
Potential cooperating witnesses and ideas of immunity deals would even come up in a preliminary hearing.
Listen, I think 2 or 3 people know, and it's not, not blunt about it. I think 2 of those people, Neo and Asia, just my opinion, but as an investigator and, what I've seen, I think they knew things. And imagine that if you're somebody that reluctantly came forward after being, let's say, arrested or whatever, and being kind of forced your hand, like go to jail or tell your story. Imagine that you pretty much told the story, but held some back and then find out that there's been a wiretap this whole time going on. And it's like, oh God, I'm going to get caught up in this. So is Nathan Hochman saying, yeah, we can't say nobody's going to be charged if they were honest and they kept to their immunity agreement? Now, he didn't say that, but I'm just saying, I'm just reading between the lines that then they're probably okay. But if they lie to us, they're not going to be okay. And listen, that wiretap could tell a lot, and if find out that they didn't tell their whole story or they lied a little bit.
So now we just found out something else, y'all. So dude, so we was, because you, me, and everybody, wasn't we all wondering, why are they so quiet? Why are they taking so long? What are they doing? What's going on? One thing about the feds, the prosecutors or whatever, they rely on building cases, right? And then building the case, sometimes the feds or whatever, like say you at a job, right? And you decide to do no good, and then you start taking money out the register, right? Well, the feds will let you take money out the register for a year or 2 to build that case up. So that's what they was doing with D4VD. They was building that case up. They had him wiretapped, y'all. Did you hear it? They had him wiretapped. So that means that they got more evidence. Boy, if Cooked was a person, okay? So now they putting a wiretap on you. Now they're going to hear everything that you're talking about. That's why they let him go. That's why they was quiet. That's why they let him go. Like, he probably going on thinking like, oh, I'm going to get away with this. I believe at one point, David felt like he was going to get away with it. Put a yes or no in the comments if you believe that. At one point, because they waited so long to go in for the to get him, right? Miss Knockout, where you been? Hey, Kayla, I've been over there on the clock. Right? Well, first, it's a long story, Caleb. Right? When I left here, I went to this small little application called Pacocha. And boy, it was a journey. One day, maybe we'll come over here and talk about it, me and Elevated. If she, Elevated, you still here? That was some kind of an app. And they all came over here, too. They all over here mixed in with y'all. They was some horrible people. They were so horrible that they closed the app down. They closed the whole American side down. All the other sides are still running. But the American side was so treacherous, jealousy, taking away people's gifters. But I was doing good on that app. I stayed in. Then My manager brought us all over to the Clizock, and I've been over there ever since. But every once in a while, people will come over there and say, "Oh, Knockout, are you going to come back to the B app? You're going to come back to the B app?" And I like the B app, but I feel like the only people that make money over here are the people that's fighting and the messy people. Unless you're a business person, and I don't have all this money. Another thing is I took all my money off of here. So I got to build up again. I have mad money on here. You know what I'm saying? From all the battles and by the way, people on the clock, right? The tick to the Clizock, right? Got the battles, the battles that they do, they took that from the Bigo app. Just for a fun fact. So the tick to the Clizock stolified that from the Bigo app. The Bigo app was the first app that did the battles. But on the Bigo app, what's different than here is that when you do battles over there, the app matches it with incentives. So they give you beans for winning. The clock, you don't get nothing but whatever you got dropped on you. On the Bigo app, it's different. They got a whole structure over there. The PKs, yeah, they stole the PKs and put them on the clock years ago, right? So yeah, so I was over on the clock, Kayla, right? And then I went viral for covering the Diddy trial. So I just stayed on the clock. I'm doing good over there. I'm still on the clock. And now I just expanded to the other, like Y to the tube Z. I gotta switch my words around because I'm on the clock. So they don't like certain words. But I'm on I'm on all platforms now as we speak. Right? Yeah, Miss_Knockout. Everything's Miss Knockout, Kayla. That's why I tell people, keep all your names the same. Keep all your names the same so people can find you. So people can find me anywhere, right? Because I kept my name, Miss Knock, just like you see it here. The only thing different is on the clock, I got an underscore. That's the only thing that's different. All right? So I'll come back over here. I want to do hot topics every day. I don't want to talk about the people on this app, though. You know what I'm saying? Because you talk about the people on the app. That's how you get into it with people. Because sometimes you say something and they don't like what you say, and then they start coming for you. So I'm talking about real life hot topics, real life events. And a lot of people on here, hardly nobody on here does that. They always do hot topics of people on the app. Yeah, so we ain't doing that. We doing hot topics of real life events. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. So anyway, that's what we're doing. So right now we're talking about the David case where the guy dismembered the girl and put her in the Tesla, right? And now that whole case is going on, the little 14-year-old girl, right? And then yeah, I'm on there right now. Miss_Knockout. Miss_Knockout. All right. Yeah, let me show you. Okay, we're gonna get back to it now. I'm just catching up with my people. They ain't seen me in a long time, y'all. They haven't seen me in a long time. All right. This is me over there. That's me right there. You see that? Take a screenshot of it. Up, the words are backwards, but you know what it is. Yeah, the words are kind of backwards, but you know what it is. And that's where I'm at. All right. But I'm back. I'm going to try it out. But, I come over here and watch once in a while. I see the happenings, what's going on. But, I feel like only people that make money, people need to get into real content. You know what I'm saying? Get into real content. Like, I'm different. I'm not fighting with people and arguing and going back and forth. They know that's people like that stuff, and that's how they make money. You know what I'm saying? I dare to be different. So I'm going to come back over here. I'm going to do hot topics, and I'm going to build up like that. And if it don't fly, then I just stick to the clock and where I'm popping at. Right? Yeah. So, I'm back. I'm going to try to come back every day and stuff. So let's get back to D4VD. Everybody, keep tapifying, keep sharifying, and over here on Y to the Tube Z, let's get the thumbs up. The thumbs up is a way for Miss Knockout's video to get out, and we'll be doing hot topics mostly every day. As long as I don't get booked for an acting job or something where I gotta go and make some money, you know what I'm saying? We be on here mostly every day. Or sometimes I take a day off, sometimes you need a rest. But for the most part, I'm on mostly every day. Okay? So now, different is always good. Most definitely. Most definitely. You go right, I'm gonna go left. All right? So let's get back to D4VD. Okay? So we're learning a lot of stuff in here today. Okay, we learned that Celeste went home before she went and got unalived, allegedly. Right? Everything's all alleged. We learned that David, he gave 0 Fs and was unbothered and carried on business as usual after he unalived this young girl in cold-bloodification. This is when you could tell an individual got a heart that's ice cold. When you have no emotions, that you just unalived a whole human and a child at that. No emotions. You going to parties, you doing interview. I got a whole interview he did right after he allegedly did what he did to Celeste, because I'm gonna abide by guilt, innocent until proven guilty. Okay, that's the rules in America, right? But in the court of public opinion, he is already cooked. Let's listen.
Then you're not covered anymore.
Can you elaborate a little bit more on the wiretap, how it works, how law enforcement would be able to get that?
Yeah. So it's done a lot it can be done on a state level, which it was, but it can be done a lot on federal level, but they literally tap your phone. So whatever lines that they apply for, it's under like a super warrant. They're supposed to exhaust all other means first, but then they can actually intercept and listen in on all your phone calls, and they record them. And we don't know how long this wiretap was ongoing for, but I imagine a pretty long time. So everything, like you said, hey, don't put that in writing, call me, man. It's all going to be recorded.
So all this time all this time we was waiting. We was like, oh, he did it, allegedly. Why ain't they coming to arrest him? See, they was getting more information. They was giving him that rope to hangify. They was stretching that rope out, right? What's up, Kimberly 95? They was getting more evidence. They knew what they was doing. We didn't know, but they knew. And that's why they got a plethora of evidence for if Cook was a person. All right, let's listen to this little last bit, and then we're going to move on to Ashley Janae. Let's listen.
And I think that's going to take up a very, very large part of 41 terabytes of data.
When do you think her body was put in that Tesla?
After, I think probably on the night he dismembered her on May 5th, if that's the date it happened, or whenever he did dismember her. I think she was put in there probably somewhat in still in a refrigerated state. And I don't know why he didn't complete, getting rid of her, or if it was just a trophy thing, or if he did it on purpose. I don't know if we'll ever get the answer to that. I don't understand it, but I think she was put in there shortly after she was dismembered.
And again, just have to be clear.
Well, I feel like if he poked her, right, then he did that shiznick on purpose. You don't poke nobody with a knifeification or a sharp object and go, oops, that was an accident. No. Was it on purpose? If he poked her, you know what I'm saying? I could see if they was play fighting or running or something, and she fell and unalived herself, and they said, oh, we better get rid of it. No, this don't, to me, and everything's all alleged in Miss Naka's life, it don't feel like no accidentification to me. Hey, Kim, thank you, Kim, for the roses. Kalila is back. Hey, Kimberly, thank you so much. I don't feel like it was no accident. Anytime you poking somebody, you know that you poking somebody. Okay? Let's listen.
You said it before. He's innocent until proven guilty. These are allegations. Why do they believe May 5th is that date of their?
I don't know. I think it has to be witness testimony, somebody that knew that came forward, or they have some really convincing text messages, which would just be really dumb if they did that. But going back to the very beginning of this thing, when I was talking to neighbors in that neighborhood, What they told me and what I put out there at the very beginning was the Tesla started being parked in different spots around the neighborhood where the rental house was, starting in Bang. And we didn't know any of this information at the time. Now we find out May is the day. That's when he turned around. So I think she was in there right after December, man.
Steve, I always appreciate you coming on. I know this is not an easy case to talk about. This should be an interesting week. At the time of this.
Oh, what was he going to say? Wait, hold on. Let's go back. Wait, what was he going to say? I clicked off too quick, y'all. Let's go back. Let's see what he was going to say. Hold on. They might do a commercial, y'all.
I just got paid $62,000 for my car
accident.
Do
a commercial.
Using nothing but.
So let's see. I want to see what he's going to say before we move on. So everybody keep tapifying. Everybody join the super fans over there on the clock. All right. On the B to the IGO. Everybody keep tap. Thank you for the tapation.
First, he's now being accused.
Okay, let's go to the end. Hold on. I want to hear what he was getting ready to say. Hold on, y'all. I want to hear what he was getting ready to say before I was hanging up. Hey, Fawn. Hey, I was running hot out in Conley and they don't smell it. Oh, yeah. Well, they was smelling it. Chiquita, they was smelling it. That was the problem. And he said that it's smelling because of it's the bathroom and it's no, some people have plumbing issues in the bathroom.
When I was talking to neighbors in that neighborhood, what they told me and what I put out there at the very beginning was the Tesla started being parked in different spots around the neighborhood where the rental house was, starting in Bang. And, we didn't know any of this information at the time. Now we find out May is the date, and that's when he started moving around. So I think she was in there right after December, man.
Steve, I always appreciate you coming on. I know this is not an easy case to talk about. This should be an interesting week. We will see what happens. Thank you so much.
Beyonce.
Thanks for having me.
And we just got word at the time of this recording, the David hearing is over today. The preliminary hearing has been moved now to May 26th. There's going to be a status conference on May 12th. We'll see what happens next. And that's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar. Everybody, thank you so much for joining us.
So we already know that the hearing is May 26th. I wish I could get out there. All right. So now the next part of my broadcast, we're gonna do some updates on Ashley, Janae, and Joe McCann case. Right? Is it McCain? Okay. So Ashley is a young, pretty girl, everything going for her, right? Modeling jobs, you know what I'm saying? She was dating Joe McCain, all right? And we're gonna just get to the, to the facts, okay? We ain't gonna go through no whole long draw out story because everybody knows about this case. Who doesn't know about the Ashley case? Because everybody don't know everything. So I like to do a little briefer before I get into this. So she goes for her birthday, right? She did, and it's rumored that, I don't know if it's a fact, that she paid for the trip. I don't know. So she's dating this guy. He's into crypto. He's a businessman, does a lot of seminars, seems very professional. They go on this trip, and then all of a sudden, we get word that this girl is unalived. She puts up pictures with her and giraffes and animals and her enjoying her birthday. And we got the big happy birthday Ashley and the flowers on the floor, on the ground. And she's at the resort with all the animals and stuff. And they look like they're on this romantic birthday vacation. And then all of a sudden, this girl turns up unalived. And what they tell us is suicide. Now read between the lines. I'm changing that word around because TikTok doesn't like that word and YouTube doesn't like that word. So suicide, sewer to the side. All right. So they wanted us to believe that this young girl who had everything going for herself, that knew all the celebrities knew her. She's in videos. Right, she's in the videos, she's modeling, she's working for all these companies, flower companies. Okay, she's flying all around the world, she's with this guy, and what she thinks that is the guy for her, and he's a businessman, and he's the CEO, and he just got mad paper, right? Well, at some point, his paper started to decline. When that man that starts with a T got in office, everybody's papers started to decline. And his business started to go down. By the time they took this trip, his business started to go down. He lost a lot of money, right? But they on this trip. She turns up unalive, and they expect us to believe that a girl who had everything going for her, all of a sudden unalived herself. First, they said that she was did something from the closet. I'm skipping over stuff because certain things we can't say. Okay. Then they said that they found her here, there. The story changed up a few times. And I feel like we don't know what the story is because we already all the way in America, and they all the way in Africa, in Tanzania, Zanzibar. They could be telling us everything. Okay. And want to learn from a lot of people is that Africa is a lot of parts of Africa you go to, they panhandle a lot. Oh, you want to know what a grocery store is? Pay me. Oh, you want this information? Pay me. Oh, you want me to carry your bags in? Pay me. Everything's so. When this girl got unalive, this guy, he got paper. He got mad. He might have lost money, but he ain't out. Our broke is you can't go buy a cup of coffee or a sandwich. You know what I'm saying? Rich people's broke is, oh, you only got $1 million. Use poor. Right? So he still had a little bit of money. He got enough money to, hold things at bay. Right? So this dude waits 11 hours to call her parents to say something happened to her. Now, the story's changed up a little bit, and we're going to go through it, but we don't know. And I'm going to say everything's all alleged because we don't know what's true or not, because I feel like they're covering everything up over there. Now, since he spoke to the parents, he came online, talked about the AI and all that after her unalivement, instead of talking about how heartbroken he is and how sad he is that his fiance, and that's another thing, he proposed to her on this birthday date to Tanzania, right? And instead of him being sad and coming online and talking about how heartbroken he is, okay, he on there talking about his crypto and how AI is this person is won an award for AI. He's talking about that, right? And it's like, hello, wow, you're not grieving, you don't feel sorrow. Like, it's a whole bunch of red flags for me. You know what I'm saying? Just like the D4VD case. No compassion, no remorse, you know what I'm saying? No nothing, right? So that dude's silent, right? A lot of people's like, oh, he's lawyered up. Well, I feel like even if he wasn't lawyered up, he wouldn't talk. Because the more you talk, the more we know, and the more questions we got to answer. All right. So now we're gonna go now. So the Ashley is being laid to rest. Her body is back from Tanzania, right? She's being put to rest on the 5th of May. She's being put to rest, right? The family says that they want to concentrate on the funeral, the home, her sending her home, her send off, right? But in the midst of all that, we're learning that they haven't gotten an autopsy report from Africa. And I've been saying all along and asking, how come the parents didn't get up and go over there? I feel like the parents, I don't know why they didn't go over there. Okay, because of course I know, yes, it's Africa. You probably got to get shots. You got to have a passport. Nobody had a passport. Somebody had a passport. Send somebody over that got a passport, right? They said allegedly he took a. Yeah, they said that. It's not been proven yet. A lot of this stuff. Look, Qmar, I got my glass. I got new glasses, Qmar. Look at this. I see you. I see you. What's up, Qmar? What's up? Everybody coming on in. We're talking about Ashley case, and we're going to go over some more updates. Her being laid to rest on the 5th, which is Tuesday. She's being laid to rest in Jersey. Still not a peep out of Joe McCann. Now, every time we ask about Joe McCann, they say, "Oh, Joe McCann is still being questioned." Well, this is the longest questioning in history. I like them. Don't lose them. I won't, Kumar. This is the longest questioning in history. Usually, something happens. Somebody's unalive. They bring you in for questioning. Either they hold you because they feel like you did something or involved, or they let you go home. Right? Hold on, y'all. I got to fix my shit. Right? But with Joe McCann, they keeping him in there. And is he still free? They said that he's still in questioning. Where is Joe McCann? Why isn't he saying anything? Why isn't he coming out making a statement telling us how sorry he feels that his fiance is unalived? Why? Right? She's having a funeral on Tuesday. You're not going to the funeral? I don't feel like he's welcome at the funeral. That's going to be awkward. You know what I'm saying? Even if he was over here, I got a strong feeling that he probably wouldn't show up to the funeral with the family and everybody looking and glaring at him and looking for answers. He ain't going to no funeral. He is tight-lipped because once he starts talking, loose lips sink ships. Once he starts talking, it's over. That's why the lawyers tell you not to talk. Because even if you say, "Oh yeah, I went to the store," people are going to pick apart that and they're going to find something in it. Right? So Joe hasn't talked yet. We don't know where Joe's at. We don't know if he's still being questioned somewhere or he's over there hiding. Because he got friends over there. It's not his first time going over there. He got friends over there. And from what I'm hearing is he has certain investments over there. He has stock in things. Now, allegedly, it has been revealed by certain sources over there that all of the people in the hotel telling those stories are telling lies to cover up for Joe McCann. That none of that happened with the charger and this and that and going back and forth. They said that even the fight, right? But I believe that the fight kind of happened because her mother said that she called them and said that they had an altercation. I don't know. I got to go back and look at it and see if she said it out of her own mouth. I don't remember exactly, but that's what people are saying. Does anybody remember that the mother saying that she called and said that they had a fight or not? Because what they're saying is there was no fight, that he was in the room with her all along until she was unalive. And that allegedly he took her and transported her to the hospital wrapped in a sheet. So the story is over there that's coming out and saying that she was still alive and they brought her to the hospital. So they want to make it seem like, oh, he didn't unalive her. Look, she was still alive when they brought her to the hospital. But they are saying, the sources are saying that she was unalived when she was in that room and they wrapped her in the sheet and they took her to the hospital. And they also said, and everything's all alleged, because we just getting the information. We wasn't there, so we don't know. They're also saying that he had shares in the hotel. The hotel owner is his friend. And also They said that he had shares and part ownership in the transportation company that transports people to the hospital out there. Hey, Q-Mar. So this is very red flaggish, very fishy, very like not adding up. But I always say, what comes out in the dark, what's in the dark always comes to the light. The cream always rises to the top. Just like we finding out what happened with D4VD, is everything is just spilling out. We gonna find out what happened to Ashley. It's only a matter of time. Because just like you could pay people to be quiet, you could pay people to talk. They just got to talk anonymously. And that's what they're doing. They're partnering with these content creators and they're talking anonymously. Okay? I watch Sheba's live. She's doing a great job covering it. And I also watch Don't Hate Me, I'm Your Monitor. Okay. All right, Q. And Fumi did a good job. Tisa Tells is on the case, and Lovely T was on the case. And before she went in for a medical procedure. She'll be back soon, right? But money talks and BS walks. Just like they paying them to be quiet, all they need is a little bit of money, and they're gonna start talking, right? So let's listen to some more clips. All right, let's go to the videotape, y'all, because we got some more info on the case. All right. And let's get it in. Let's go to Miss Fumi. All right. And let's listen. All right, y'all. Everybody, tapify, shareify. I'm Miss Knockout, and I do hot topics every day. Everybody come on in. All right. And we do cover different topics every day.
Are cool.
Rental cars
are not cool.
All right. Shareify.
All shapes and sizes.
The Met Gala is tomorrow.
Cars are mid-size.
We'll cover the Met Gala. I'll come on extra early tomorrow.
Cars are all about the details.
Okay, I'll come on extra early tomorrow. The Met Gala starts at 6 o'clock, so I'll come on early so I could come back at 6. Because I don't want to just come on at 6. So I'll probably be on early in the morning, and then we'll come back on at 6.
They make TV shows about cars.
All right, so let's get into this. Everybody keep tapifying.
That was going on.
Okay, let's go back. Let's go back. All right, let's get into it, y'all.
Hello, my darling Fulmination. How are you? How are we? Do I have a tale to tell you? Do I have a what? Do I have a tale to tell you? We are here with yet another story of the beautiful Ashley Janae Robinson. And she is going to be laid to rest on the 5th of May. And as you very well know, there's a community out here that's keeping her story alive. And I have mentioned a whole bunch of other YouTube journalists out here that are just simply phenomenal and amazing. One of them happens to be my beautiful Queen Sheba Darling. I love you, Queen Sheba Darling. I think you're one of the hardest workers ever, and her research is top tier. So you're going to listen to a couple of things that she has discovered. But before then, I would like to give some of you a refresh. Do you remember when I said that I found it hard, after going back and forth, how they would separate Joe, also known as Joseph, from the villa? They were in Villa 26, and Villa 25 had complained to the front desk, to the reception, about the noise and the fracas that was going on in Villa 26. Ashley was in Villa 26 with Joe. Okay? Do you remember? All right. Do you remember when I said that it sounded strange that the hotel would have the audacity to move Joe out of his own villa? That it would most probably, if at all, that they would move Ashley out of it.
Aaliyah.
Because he was friends with the owner of the resort.
Thank you so much.
Because I had heard from the grapevine that he also had an investment with the resort. So I don't know who will be at the front desk to be so bold enough to say, Joe, pack your things up out of here. We're moving you out. It felt like a long stretch. That was just my observation. In Africa, there's a different mentality.
Thank you, Aaliyah.
The person that's paying the bills in this house is not who you dictate to and tell him move out. It doesn't work like that. It just does not. But I thought, hey, all right for me. You know what? Let's continue. Then remember when I told you that information had come out from Queen Swahili, who had said that Joe had a personal investment in the medical field out there in Zanzibar, that he had invested in ambulances over there, that he had invested in, transportation. So that would be ambulances over there.
Mm-hmm.
Wait for the bone.
Hey, New Life. Hey, I didn't even see you over there. What's up, New Life?
Come to find out, Joe and Ashley were never, ever separated.
Wow.
So that was just a story.
Wow. Everything's all alleged. Everything's all alleged.
I'm trying to tell you that Joe and Ashley were in that film of where he ultimately deleted her. That story is a hoax. There never was any separation whatsoever to Villa 65. There was nothing like that. It never happened. And I have to give
I got a question that's burning in my mind. Where are these videotapes? Where is the surveillance? How come that doggone resort won't get up off of that surveillance? Where's the videotape? Because we could surely get to the bottom of this very easily if we had the videotapes. Right? They hide in them videotapes. Remember? Oh, shoot. Oh, hold on, y'all. Hold on. Oh, man. I didn't realize this phone was going dead. I didn't realize the phone. Remember, right? Connected. My U to the tubesy got knocked out of pocket, right? Wow. That was crazy. Okay, so we're back. That was crazy. And then I lost my B to the I to the G O because my phone went dead. Let's see if we could get it back now. Let's see if we could get it back. It might be still frozen. All right, y'all. So we're going to continue to listen. We lost everybody over here on the Y to the Tube Z. I had 22 people over there listening. 22 people. You know what I'm saying? 22 people. And I knocked something over and then boom. All right. So we're getting it back on track, y'all. Okay. Bear with it. Okay, Bigo, I think is gone. Bigo is gone. Clumsy, clumsy, clumsy. Very clumsy. The clumsy me. Okay, wait. Let's see if Bigo's back. Let's see if we can get Bigo back. If not, then we just come up over here. Oh boy, yo, I tell y'all. So I didn't realize my phone was going dead, and I didn't have my phone plugged in. Oh yeah, I'm still on. I think. Am I? Let's see. Let's see if I'm still on. Hold on, y'all. Hold up. Let's see if we still here. So we still on the Y to the Tube Z. We're gonna continue. All right, everybody come back in. So yeah, I think let's see. Is it resuming? Let's see if it resumes. Nope. Nah, it's no resuming. Okay, so we're just gonna so let's get back on the BF. So we're back. Okay, so let's get back on track. Hold on. Okay, we lost all the people that we had. All the people we had on Y to the Tube Z, we lost. Maybe they'll come back. All right. But I got too much stuff on this desk. That's what it is. I got too much stuff going on this desk. When I get off of here, I gotta get rid of, my desk is too cluttered. So I knocked one thing and then boom, everything fell off. And then the phone went, But hey, we're back. Okay, so let's see. All right. So we're back, y'all. Everybody come back in if you can and if you want to. If not, you could just watch the playback. All right. But we messed it all up. I don't know if it's going to continue because the live never ended. I don't know, but we'll see. All right. So I'm probably got to edit it. The time is still going. So it looks like it's still going. The clock is steady going, but it's the other places, y'all. Other places went into a disarray. All right. So everybody come on back. All right. So let's continue. So she's saying that everything that we know so far, right? Everything we know so far about this case, they're saying is not true, right? So let's run it back because Knockout and her clumsy self just knocked everything out of whack. Bigo went dead. I forgot to plug my charger in. They went deadified. I knocked the tablet over, knocked myself off a line, but I'm back now. All right. So let's get back to it and get into what she's talking about because this is something else, boy. This story is going to keep twisting and turning and twisting. It's going to keep turning and twisting.
On July 1st, 1941, at 2:29 p.m. exactly, Bullet aired.
All right. So Y to the Tube Z. We had 20. We was rocking over on Y to the Z. They ain't nothing but the devil. Like the old people say, they ain't nothing but the devil. All right, let's dial it back.
All commentators.
Let's dial it back. All right, and let's listen.
That was just my observation. In Africa, there's a different mentality. The person that's paying the bills in this house is not who you dictate to and tell him.
Okay, let's go back. Let's go back.
Do I have a tale to tell you? Do I have a what? Do I have a tale to tell you? We are here with yet another story
of
the beautiful Ashley
that's
Janae
beautiful.
Robinson. And she's going to be laid to rest.
Thank you so much,
The
Situation.
5th of May.
Thank you.
And as you very
That's
well
a
know,
welcome back gift.
there's a community out here that's
Welcome
keeping
back to
her
Vigo.
story alive. And
Glad to see you too. Everybody on my B-side, welcome back. I had to start the live again because I didn't realize that my phone was dead, right? I didn't realize that my phone was going dead, and then it just conked out and I couldn't get it back. But we're back now. So everybody, thank you so much, Situation. Thank you so much, Situation. So yes, we're back on the block on the B app. All right, Knockout is back. Maybe I'll break the sticks out. You know what I'm saying? I got popular on the Bigo app from doing the sticks. So, you know, I break them out over here too. Everybody's fascinated by the sticks, right? So I do hot topics. I was over there. I went viral on TikTok Situation, right? For covering the Diddy trial. And that's where I was at for most of the time. I spent a couple of years on the Pococha app. A lot of them little gremlins are over here. Okay, you don't even see them on the homepage. You know, so they got the app shut down, right? We were doing good over there, but you know, jealousy killed the cat, right? Then we went over to TikTok. I went viral over there, and I've been over there ever since. So I'm just spreading my branches to other applications, and here we are. So, you know, I do hot topics every day. I'll be on doing hot topics and covering real world news, okay? Not the hot topics on the B app, you know what I'm saying? Because, you know, when you talk about the hot topic, what people are doing on the app, if you say the wrong thing, they start coming for you. And I don't want to deal with that. So we do hot topics with dealing with the real world, real events and real life events, stories, crime stories, celebrity hot topics, and you know, we do real world stuff. All right. So we back on the block. We in the Beam Rush program. All right. I could get back in my agency if I want to. Definitely, I could get back in my agency, and it is what it is. All right. So right now we're talking about the Ashley Janae case. We're going over updates for that. We had 22 people on YouTube. We was rocking on YouTube. And then boom, I knocked myself off a line. All right. So, hey, Charlene, when I knocked myself off a line, you couldn't see me, right? You couldn't see me for a minute. We lost everything, everybody that was in the live, Charlene. We lost everybody. But that's okay. That's okay. You know, the playback is going to be great. All right. So let's get back, and maybe they'll come back too. Yeah, you couldn't see me. Yeah. So I got it. And when it uploads, I got to edit it. I got to cut that part out. I'm going to cut that part out. Where's my girl? What girl, Q-Mark? What girl? Where's who? Everybody's over here. Mississippi is started a new job, so that's why she hasn't been here. I don't know if you're talking about Mississippi, Deshaun. Everybody else been here. Aileen had to go because she wasn't feeling well. All right, so everybody come on in. So right now we're talking about the girl Ashley who got unalived in Africa. They tried to sell us a story that they tried to sell us a story that she committed suicide. We ain't buying it, right? And now we're going over the updates because she was transported home. Her homecoming is on the 5th, right? And they're selling us this story. It's a whole bunch of red flags. And what they said was she committed suicide. I'm changing the word around because the clock don't like that word. YouTube don't like that word, right? And the story got a lot of holes in it, All right. And they said that, the hotel clerk came, checked on her, and she said to come back, and he gave her a charger. And now they're saying that was all false. We don't know what's happening because we're in America and they're in Tanzania. So the fiance that she took the trip with is silent, right? He went and called the mother and the father 12 hours afterwards. Red flag, right? You should have called them immediately, right? And they're saying that when she was brought to the hospital, she was alive. But now they're saying that they brought her out. The locals are saying that they brought her out in a white sheet, allegedly, that she was not alive. So we don't know who to believe. All right. But let's listen to Fumi. She's going to give us some update. Let's
mention a whole bunch of other YouTube journalists out here that are just simply phenomenal and amazing. One of them happens to be my beautiful queen, Sheba, first ever, and her research is top tier. So you're going to listen to a couple of things that she has discovered. Before then, I would like to give some of you a refresh. Do you remember when I said that I found it hard, after going back and forth, how they would separate Joe, also known as Joseph, from the villa? They were in Villa 26, and Villa 25 had complained to the front desk, to the reception, about the noise and the fracas that was going on in Villa 26 with Joe. Okay? Do you remember? All right. Do you remember when I said that it sounded strange that the hotel would have the audacity to move Joe out of his own villa? That it would most probably, if at all, that they would move Ashley out of it because he was friends with the owner of the resort. Because I had heard from the grapevine that he also had an investment with the resort. So I don't know who will be at the front desk to be so bold enough to say, Joe, pack your things up out of here. We're moving you out. It felt like a long stretch. In Africa, there's a different mentality. The person that's paying the bills in this house is not who you dictate to and tell him move out. It doesn't work like that. It just does not. But I thought, hey, all right for me. You know what? Let's continue. Then remember when I told you that information had come out from Queen Swahili, who had said that Joe had a personal investment in the medical field out there in Zanzibar, that he had invested in ambulances over there, that he had invested in, transportation. So that would be ambulances over there. Wait for the bomb. Come to find out, Joe and Ashley were never, ever separated. What do you mean for me? Trying to tell you that Joe and Ashley were in that villa of where he ultimately deleted her. That story is a hoax. There never was any separation whatsoever to Villa 65. There was nothing like that. It never happened. And I have to give a lot of credit and salute to you, Fumi Nation. Well, all commentators that followed this story who said, wait a minute, you are something else. Because it's coming to find out that somebody who does not want to be revealed opened up to Queen Sheba Darling. And Queen Sheba Darling did a wonderful job of not revealing the identity because that could be very dangerous in Zanzibar. Right. And they let her know that it never took place.
Wow.
It never what? It never took place.
Wow.
We also find out that the ambulance that took Ashley to the hospital was Joe's ambulance, was Joe's van, was Joe's company, was Joe's investment in the ambulances out there.
Oh, no.
To me, when I heard it, I just said, no wonder she didn't get there in time. And no wonder she has passed away. They made sure of that.
Damn.
Well, we also find out that she passed away. She really actually passed away in that room. I will never let this story die because it's a hoax. Translation, don't believe anything right now. Don't believe anything right now.
I don't believe nothing.
What I advise you to believe is what makes sense to you. Initially, when we heard this story, what made sense to you most likely is the truth.
Thank you,
because
Brandy.
we need to know the owner of this resort. I said it the other day. I said, isn't it bizarre that the owner of this resort never came out to say this happened in my resort? I am so sorry. On my watch.
Oh, yeah, he never
never
said
happened
nothing.
before. If there's anything I can do,
Now,
please.
we never thought about that. And that's true. So we know Joe didn't say nothing, right? But now that we think about it, the other hotel where it didn't happen at came out and said something, right? The other hotel. But Joe came out and said nothing. He ain't say nothing. Why? The hotel owner said nothing. Why? Because they all working together, allegedly, to cover stuff up. Let's listen.
The family, they can even though it is kind of creepy, let them stay at a different resort that I own. We will make arrangements for them and we'll walk them through everything. That is what normal people do. So, darlings, sit back and listen to this.
Zesty, creamy, perfect. It's Domino's new slice sauce. Grab
So
one
the
today.
background drop, all kinds of stuff is going on YouTube. We getting ready. We might have to end the YouTube because I can't wait till I get my new computer. It's coming. So everybody keep tapping. We're getting the last little updates.
He not only gets a lawyer,
all right.
He gets trial lawyers like Sam and Jessica who are
And
in it to win it. He gets his own
on Ashley,
investigators
Janae.
with
All right, I'm trying to get the YouTube together. The
And if
background
you ever
drop.
have questions, our customer service folks keep things rolling.
So
Injured?
everybody
Weird?
come on.
Morgan
Hope
and
everybody's having a
American
beautiful Sunday.
Injury Law Firm.
I took my Instagram story views from this.
All right, so we're gonna tap
And I'm gonna
back
show
in
you
a minute.
exactly
Everybody
how you
keep
use
tapping
it.
fine,
Go to
keep
ManyChat and sign
share fine. Let's get this bit of information. Let's
Let me
listen.
just give you the rundown. In the middle of the night, I received a message from a local in Zanzibar. And they said, we're needing to jump on a call with you. It's important that I give you word for word. And I'm not going to disclose identities. They said, I'm going to paraphrase. I live in Zanzibar, and I'm a local. We have some information regarding the Ashley Janae case. I'm coming to you with a bit of anonymity, though we don't have the same freedom of speech here as you all do in the United States.
Well, we barely got freedom of speech ourselves, girl.
We can get in big trouble for speaking up on things like this. And they said a little bit more, and I'm going to leave it out because I have to absolutely make sure this person cannot be identified. I keep all my sources confidential. Now, before we get into the thick of it, let me just say this. Baby, when I tell you the hills have eyes, and you never know what a person will or will not do. We're talking authorities. We're talking people at the resort. We're talking man, woman, child. Ashley had no idea that she was walking into a lion's den. I'm going to tell you that, and I'm going to stand on that. Ashley bit off more than she can chew. And I know we talked about Joe having business interest over there in Zanzibar, and we talked about him being a partner in the ambulance business and personal and private transportation. Come to find out that is true. He transported her to the hospital. Oh. Listen to this. In his own private van.
Ooh.
According to my source.
Uh-oh.
He transported her to the urgent care.
Everything's
in
all
his
alleged,
own
y'all.
Private van. Hold on. Pull up a seat. Let's go. There's truth to the fact that him being in partnership over there with a transportation company. Because I thought, why in the hell would he have a van at the resort? Hold on, it gets more interesting. Not only that, he's in partnership. Let me get it. He's in partnership. Hold on. Wow. And has a piece of share or ownings with the resort.
Jesus.
Wow. See?
He's a partner at the resort.
See?
Why would Ashley be roaming the tropics, the jungle at night looking for a charger? That don't even sound right. Because if you separated them like you say you did, then the charger, she has the primary room. All of the things that she brought her should be in that room. Right. Now, if you said that you had put Ashley in Villa 65, that would make more sense for her to be trying to find her way to the front desk. But that don't make no sense to me. It never has. Mm-hmm. They said that's because it's a lie.
Oh, no.
The time, when the hotel, now, all that, I'm going to come back and I was giving food and this.
So now they do what they always meant to do. They leaving us lost. So they made up this whole elaborate story that don't add up. You know, loose lips sink ships. Let's listen.
That's a lie. They found Ashley when she was dead. When they went in that room to do their nightly rounds to spray for mosquitoes, and Joe had her wrapped up in there. Then they go on to say, okay, no one ever talked to her about a charger. No one spoke to her in those final hours. There are cameras that caught all of this. That'll show you that none of that happened. But because he has a stake and shares in this resort, we're not going to see the footage.
Wow.
He also said the hotel may be closing any day now because of the bad press. And also to make all of this go away. So they are suspecting that sooner or later, those people are about to shut this down. They are probably waiting for a big payday in order for.
So you know when that shuts down, all the evidence shuts down with it. There's nobody that usually when there's a crime scene, right, like this in America, right, they go in and they find dust, they find fingerprints. They find this, they find that. They looking for blood. They looking for this. They looking for shell casings, whatever. They trying to shut this all down so we don't find. By the time we get to snooping and get the U.S. Embassy over there, I hope our parents are flighting to get all the information they can. Well, Clark, they didn't even give the parents the autopsy, in which we gonna find out about that. The parents ain't even get the autopsy over here. And by the time they got her body back there, they did their own independent autopsy. But they said that the organs were tampered with. Of course the organs were tampered with. Because they paid the people, probably allegedly, to fix whatever, so that when it gets back to the States, we wouldn't find out certain stuff. But we got good equipment over here. So we're going to see. Right? But when that Joe McCann got to surface, because he still got to live his life. He's still got a business to run. And everybody and anybody, whoever was doing business with that man, they probably ain't going to do business with him again. He probably going to lose all his business prospects. Why? Because he's suspect. Who want to do business with somebody that's suspect that might have unalived somebody like this? He's not talking to nobody. I hope also what happens is, I hope that when he comes back and he sets foot on American soil, because at some point, because he probably waiting till stuff dies down, till everybody stops talking about the story, all the content creators, or everybody stop talking about the story, and then he's going to creep his behind into the United States, and we're going to be waiting for him at the door like this. We're going to be waiting for him at the door. And her parents better keep their foot on the pedal for life. For life. They need to dedicate their life to find out what happened to their daughter. For life. And as soon as he stepped foot on this soil, they need to partner with the FBI to find out what the heck happened. They need to partner with the FBI and find out what happened to that girl, because the FBI can pick up the case, but it's going to be hard because they can't go over there and get evidence. The people over there, you know what I'm saying, is scared. You see what the girl said, that they don't have the rights, the same rights that, well, we barely got the rights to freedom of speech. You see, I was sensitive today because I was talking about Mr. Devilman that starts with a T. You know, he owns a part of the Clizot. And as soon as I started talking about him, telling y'all a realer of what he's doing with the V to the O to the E, what? To the what? I can't even say it. Because every time I talk about it or mention it, they give me a warning. But you need to go look it up because it's breaking news. You know what I'm saying? And it's the thing that we do when we go into the little machine and we place our V's. They don't want me to talk about that, but they did something in the legislation to tamper with our V rights. I can't say the words because every time I say it, they don't want us talking about us. They do something to my account over here. Yeah. I can't even say it straight out. That's the funny part. They gave me a warning before when I was talking about it. Right? But what's happening in November? Think about what's happening in November. Primary, okay? They're working expeditiously to dismantle our right. Exactly. Sherry said it. Sherry said it. So they're meddling in what Sherry said. And they're doing certain things. And I can't talk about it or show it because you know his friends own part of this app. So now they're saying that what they're doing is too late to mess with the primary, but they might be able to mess with what's going to happen in 2028. You know what happens every 4 years. I can't say it because they do something to my account. So we being sensitive too. We don't have the freedom of speech either. Our freedom of speech is being taken away from us. So they're trying to shift stuff around with us. You see this? With us. What they fought hard for us, they're trying to shuffle and switch that around. Okay? And I can't fully outright say it, but you got to go and look it up. So they're altering that. Hey, Frenchie, what's up with you? So that they can do something. Now they're saying that they're angry because what they're doing, and they're working with the Supreme Court, they got them in their pocket. The man that starts with a T got the Supreme Court in his back pocket. So they're doing everything that he says, right or wrong. And they're messing with what Sherry said. The V to the O to the what, to the right C's. They're messing with that and meddling with that so that they can scramble the V's when we go to do it. Y'all better get up on something. Every single last person better be up and out there in November. I'm telling you, because we need to switch that doggone thing around. Now, let's get back to this. Sherry is crazy, Sherry. It's crazy. I couldn't even talk. I was getting ready to talk about it, Sherry, but they censoring me. So I can't even talk about it. But y'all could go look it up. It's probably going to be all over. Go to the tube because the regular media probably can't talk about it too much either. All right. So they fought so hard for us to do the V thing, and now they're tampering with that in a way that you got to go and look it up and see, because I can't talk about it because that same man who starts with a T, his friends on the U.S. side of this, and they don't want us talking about certain things over here. So our voice is being taken away from us too, little by little. Right? But it's hard for him to control it because now you got a lot of little million mini-me's of content creators reporting on the shiznit, and they can't keep and contain everybody. Okay? They also messing with the HBUC. Oh, yeah, they are. Yep, I heard about that, Slave Braids. I heard about that. Yeah, they started that. Yeah, I heard about that. That Boom. What's up, Boom? They started that last year. Right? That thing that starts with a T, I don't say it in the live, y'all, because once I say the name, it triggers it. And then they said, if y'all don't know, on the other applications that I'm on, the man who starts with a T brought the clock to tick to the clock, right? And he sold it and he got his friends, and his rich friends owns our side. So what they're doing a lot of heavy censoring over here. You can't say nothing bad about him. But I will say you better carry your behind to your yearly exam that you won't go to. Why you won't go to your yearly physical? Go on in there and hear the news that you need to hear about your kinkles and your gray hands and all those sores on your neck and why you can't remember stuff. Go on over to your doggone, take a break from meddling with stuff and go to your doggone yearly physical. Say that orange man. Yeah, we used to call him the orange man situation, but now he's no longer orange. He's gray. You know what I'm saying? He's gray now. So we can't even call him the orange man no more because he's turning gray like a piece of doggone chicken breast that you leave on the counter for 2 weeks. Okay? He's deteriorating. So he ain't even orange no more. The spray paint don't even work. He better carry his behind to his yearly physical that he refuses to go to because he know what he going to hear when he get in there and he can hide all he wants. But it's inevitable because we all are going to get old and we all are going to expire. Everything has a beginning, a middle, or an end. Everything. You know what I'm saying? So he need to go on in there and find the new and get the news that he gonna get eventually anyway. Okay, he gonna get the news anyway. So he need to go in there and get his news. You know, he refuses, right? He refuses to go to his yearly. He's not going to his yearly physical, y'all. Right? He's not going to his yearly, and there's a reason for that. That's why he's out here angry doing all this stuff. He's just angry right now. He know what time it is. He know where you're gonna go in his physical in here. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, get another bucket of chicken. Get another bucket. Get another McDonald's Big Mac. You know what I'm saying? But let's get back to the get back. All right. So now we're learning for everybody just coming in. I'm doing the Ashley Janae case right now. Okay, we're on all Platty platforms. All right, you can watch the playback when I leave on the Y to the Tube C's, the X's, the Face to the Book C's, kicks, Twitchy. okay, and the X's, okay, all across the page. Pick your favorite platform, and you can watch Miss Knockout's entire live back, all right, if you missed anything. But right now, we're talking about Ashley Janae, who went on a trip to Africa, okay, to celebrate her birthday, and got proposed to, and then got unalived. And they're trying to tell us it's a suicide, but we ain't buying what they selling. Okay? The fiance hasn't said a word. He called the parents 11 hours later. Red flag. Why you calling them 11 hours later? Trying to get your story together, huh? Then he went online talking about his crypto stuff instead of online. Oh, heartbroken, I'm heartbroken. My fiance is dead. Instead of doing that, he went on there and was talking about his business, like business as usual. Right? And they saying they got him for questioning. I don't feel like they got him for questioning, allegedly. I feel like they hiding him and protecting him. Okay? He don't care about her that like that. Yeah, he don't care about her like that. For me, I feel like she was just another thing for him to play with. And I feel like he had a few girls. They said he been going over there. He's familiar with the local. He had other girls over there. It's alleged, and everything's all alleged, that he was sleeping with girls in the same hotel. Okay, just saw your page. Love it. I used to go to Alvin Alley every year as a child. Oh yeah? Well, you seen my page? Which page you seen? Which page you seen? Which page you seen, boom? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I feel like they over there and they protected him. So they keep saying, oh, he's in questioning, right? Because they know that when he appears in public, everybody going to want to know what the F happened when he stepped foot on American soil. See, her parents got to be on it, right? Her parents should have, I don't know why, maybe they got a reason. Everybody's different. Everybody's different, right? But if I had a child that got unalived in Africa, the first 50,000 I got, I'm getting my shots, expediting my passport, and I'm going over there and I'm partnering with the U.S. Embassy. Because the U.S. Embassy can't be bought. So they said at the other flip side, the U.S. Embassy is doing the bare minimum to help them with the case. The bare minimum. Just the liaison. Oh, they said this, or they said that, and they ain't saying really nothing. They got no autopsy report. None. No Merck. No autopsy report. Imagine that. They said everybody over there is easy to, they looking for payoffs. Everybody's looking for payoffs. It's a pay me off type of situation. Okay? I would have been over there with, that's right. But they didn't go over there. I would have partnered with the embassy. I don't care what you're saying about payola. There's always somebody over there that's going to help you. You got to go and see. Right? So now the body's back. They get ready to bury her on the 5th, which is Tuesday. And now the whole story is changing as we listening. Okay? Let's get back and listen. Let me wind it back. Let me wind it back for the people that's just coming in. Let's wind it back. Okay, let's listen, yo. They might go to the commercial again.
Sufficient. In Africa, there's a different mentality. The person that's paying the bills in this house is not who you dictate to and tell him move out. It doesn't work like that. It just does not. But I thought, hey, all right for me. You know what? Let's continue. Then remember when I told you that information had come out from Queen Swahili, who had said that Joe had a personal investment in the medical field out there in Zanzibar, that he had invested in ambulances over there, that he had invested in, transportation. So that would be ambulances over there. Wait for the bomb. Come to find out, Joe and Ashley were never ever separated.
Oh,
That was just a story. What do you mean for me? I'm trying to tell you that Joe and Ashley were in that villa of where he.
So now the locals are talking to the content creators over here, right? Thank you for the heart, me. How you doing, Lynn? So good to see you. Happy Sunday. Hey, Manchio Nation is here. What's up now? How are you? Real, we love Mangio Nation. We love Mangio Nation. So everybody come on in. We're discussing the Ashley Janae case. Okay, so everybody come on in. Welcome to the live. I'm Miss Knockout. You can follow me. All right, I'm back on the B app. Okay, she's back on the Blizzard. All right, and we'll be here every day doing hot topics, real world hot topics. All right, so we'll be here doing real world hot topics every day. So everybody come on in. You can watch the playback on all platforms. Okay, all right. So they're saying that the separation of him from the room never happened, right? So the locals are talking to the content creators, but they got to remain anonymous because it's different over there, okay? They can't speak out on things like this because then they'll get in a lot of trouble. So they're risking stuff to give us a story, but then still, in my mind, you still don't know who to believe. You still don't know who to believe. All right? Now let's listen, y'all. Let's listen.
Ultimately deleted her. That story is a hoax. There never was any separation whatsoever to Villa 65.
So they lied
There
to
was
us.
nothing like that. It never happened.
Wow.
And I have to give a lot of credit and salute to you, Fumi Nation. Well, all commentators that followed this story who said, wait a minute, you are something else. Because it's coming to find out that somebody who does not want to be revealed opened up to Queen Sheba Darling. And Queen Sheba Darling did a wonderful job of not revealing the identity because that could be very dangerous in Zanzibar. And they let her know that it never took place.
See?
It never what? It never took place. We also find out that the ambulance that took Ashley to the hospital was Joe's ambulance, was Joe's van, was Joe's company, was Joe's investment in the ambulances out there. To me, when I heard it, I just said, no wonder she didn't get there in time. And no wonder she has passed away. They made sure of that. Well, we also find out.
This is the ultimate cover-up, okay? So he got stock in the ambulance company. He owned shares in the ambulance company. They saying that, first they said that this whole story of I went to bring her a charger, or she said come back in the room. They saying that all of that is a lie. At this point, we don't know what's a lie. So we're going to go through the motions, y'all. Because at this point, we don't know what's a lie. We don't know who to believe. For all we know, the locals that's calling the content creators could be making that up. It's really twisted. But one thing about it, I keep saying, what comes in the dark, what's in the dark is going to come to the light. We're going to find out the truth. Okay? Yeah, he had stock in the hotel too. He doggedly surely did. And this wasn't his first rodeo over here. He had girls over there that he knew. Okay? He was creepifying with the hers. He's good friends with the resort owner. The resort owner is into a lot of freaky leaky deaky stuff. Right? He got a whole movie out about psychedelic mushroomifications. I switched the words around on the clock. I switched the words around so the AI bots don't get me. Okay, so we switch the words around. All right, so we say, we switch it a little bit of pig Latin, but you get it, right? So yep, he's seeing other women, right? I'm funny, hey Red. Yeah, I'm talking to the B app. The B app. I don't know if they be over here watching me on TikTok. How many people on the BIGO? How many people was watching me during the Diddy trial? If you was watching me during the Diddy trial, I went viral on TikTok for it. All right, because I know they don't only be on the B app, they be on other apps too, right? You know what I'm saying? If you was watching me over there, you know the lingo, right? So now, they saying that the whole story is a lie, right? He has stock in the ambulance company. He's friends with the owner, right? He knows people out there. He got money to spread around. They saying that he lost a lot of money, right? But he still has a lot of money. Like I said, rich people broke ain't us broke. Our broke is, oh, we can't even get a sandwich and a cup of coffee. Their broke is, oh, you only got $1 million. You're poor. That's their broke. Their broke ain't our broke. It's not our broke. They're broke. Right? No, on TikTok. Oh, yeah. Hey, Aaliyah. Hey, everybody, welcome in. Everybody, Tapify over here. Come on in. All right. So now let's listen, y'all. So she said that story was all a lie. Oh my gosh.
That she passed away. She really actually passed away in that room. I will never let this story die.
So the locals are saying she passed away in the room she was unalive. The story that they was telling to us at first was that she was still alive after she hungificationized herself, in which that story had holes in it. It's a wardrobe. How big is a wardrobe? How do you do that? You go to the wardrobe, you open the door, and then what? So that seemed off. Then they changed it. They said, oh, we found her in another place, in this place, right? So now they're saying that she was already unalived in the room. And he brought her out in a sheet and transported her to the hospital himself in the transportation vans that he owned part of. I'm telling you, Mr. McCann, you got to come back to America at some point. You got to step foot here. Don't you got clothes here? You got a business? Don't you got belongings here? You got to come home. At some point, you got to bring your behind home. And we waiting for you at the door. Let's listen.
Because it's a hoax. Translation, don't believe anything right now. Don't believe anything right now.
Believe nothing.
What I advise you to believe is what makes sense to you. Initially, when we heard this story, what made sense to you most likely is the truth. Because we need to know the owner of this resort. I said it the other day. I said, isn't it bizarre that the owner of this resort never came out to say this happened in my resort? I am so sorry. On my watch. Never happened before. If there's anything I can do, please. The family, they can even though it is kind of creepy, let them stay at a different resort that I own. We will make arrangements for them and we'll walk them through everything. That is what normal people do. So, darlings, sit back and listen to this.
Let me just give you the rundown. In the middle of the night, I received a message from a local in Zanzibar. And they said, we're needing to jump on a call with you. It's important that I give you word for word. And I'm not going to disclose identities. They said, I'm going to paraphrase. I live in Zanzibar, and I'm a local. We have some information regarding the Ashley Janae case.
Oh, so they contacted
I'm coming to you with a bit of anonymity, though we don't have the same freedom of speech. here as you all do in the United States.
Neither do we.
We can get in big trouble for speaking up on things like this.
Us too. Look what happened to Don.
And they said a little bit more.
Look, we turning like the rest of the world now. Look what happened to Don Lemon. We getting in trouble for saying stuff too, girl. We ain't far behind you, Africa. Let's listen.
And I'm going to leave it out because I have to absolutely make sure this person cannot be identified. I keep all of my sources confidential. Now, before we get into the thick of it, let me just say this. Baby, when I tell you the hills have eyes, and you never know what a person will or will not do. We're talking authorities. We're talking people at the resort. We're talking man, woman, child. Ashley had no idea.
Listening, y'all. I got to grab something. Hold on. Listen. Uh-oh. See how that happens? Hold on, y'all. We're getting back to it. Let's see if a commercial comes. All right, y'all.
Hey.
Commercial.
It's Ryan Reynolds.
Hold on, y'all. I had to grab
I love TV
something.
ads. Watching them.
All right, everybody,
them.
come on in. Let's get back to it. We right back at it. Hold on. Okay, there it is.
That she was walking into a lion's den.
Okay, here we go.
I'm going to tell you that, and I'm going to stand on that. Ashley bit off more than she can chew. And I know we talked about Joe having business interest over there in Zanzibar, and we talked about him being a partner in the ambulance business and personal and private transportation. Come to find out that is true. He transported her to the hospital. Listen to this. In his own private van, according to my source. He transported her to the urgent care in his own private van. Hold on. Pull up a seat. Let's go. There's truth to the fact that him being in partnership over there with a transportation company. Because I thought, why in the hell would he have a van at the resort? Hold on, it gets more interesting. Not only that, he's in partnership. Let me get it. He's in partnership. Hold on.
With who, girl?
And has a piece of share or ownings with the resort.
Jesus.
So
he's a partner.
So check this out. So this dude, the guy who she went over there with, turns out that he is part owner of the resort with the. This is why we don't have the footage. This is why they're able. See, if this was the U.S., it wouldn't matter if he was friends with the owner or not. The FBI and the prosecutors will come in just like they did in the David case. You see, they tapped his phone. They went in. They got how many 10 terabytes of stuff. They don't care who you know. Over there, it's different. And I tell you, it's a pay you off type of state. Over there in Africa, it's pay you off. Right? Hey, what's up? How are you doing? Let's listen.
At the resort.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Kim.
Why would Ashley be roaming the tropics, the jungle at night looking for a charger? That don't even sound right. Because if you separated them like you say you did, then the charger, she has the primary room. All of the things that she brought her should be in that room. Right. Now, if you said that you had put Ashley in Villa 65, that would make more sense for her to be trying to find her way to the front desk. But that don't make no sense to me. It never has. Mm-hmm. They said that's because it's a lie.
None of it don't make no sense to me.
When the hotels, all that, I'm going to come back and I was giving food and that's a lie.
See?
They found Ashley when she was dead. When they went in that room to do their nightly rounds to spray for mosquitoes, and Joe had her wrapped up in there. What? Then they go on to say, okay, no one ever talked to her about a charger. No one spoke to her in those final hours. There are cameras that caught all of this. That'll show you that none of that happened. But because he has a stake and shares in this resort, we're not going to see the footage.
Damn.
He also said the hotel may be closing any day now because of the bad press. And also to make all of this go away. So they are suspecting that sooner or later those people are about to shut this down. They are probably waiting for a big payday in order for it not to. That's regular practice here.
Wow.
So it seems like in order for the problem to go away, the officials are saying, you got to pay me or we're going to come in and shut it down. But Joe and the hotel are definitely in cahoots and not working with police at all. See, they think they can screw around the police. So I don't know if the commander didn't get his cut or he feels like he's been thrown under the bus, but the police / government and hotel both have the same motives to cover up. But as of now, Joe is not off the hook because they're pissed off at him. He's in jail with the locals, shitting in a bucket, eating beans and bread. That's what they're saying.
Oh.
And at the hospital and hotel, Joe presented himself as her husband. He lied. Watch this. So all of the things, her personal items, are in his possession, being held and hidden with the hotel staff.
No.
That's why I feel that somebody from.
So they don't want to send her stuff back home because they know that that's evidence. Her stuff is evidence. They got a cell phone, evidence. But see, in America, like we seen in the Diddy trial, they don't need your cell phone to get what was in your cell phone and what you said and who you talked to and who you text. They ain't got to have the phone. They ain't got to have the phone. They can get that. All they got to do is send a summons. All they got to do is have probable cause. And they could email or send a summons to anybody, any company, and they could get whatever you put on the phone, whatever you put on the internet. And I tell people all the time, when you put something on the internet, it stays on the internet. In America, you know what I'm saying? You could delete it all you want. So they're keeping that girl's phone. They're keeping that girl's belongings because they know when they send that stuff home that her parents and stuff is going to have that stuff going through and they're going to go. But they could go through the phone. They could get the police over here because they have probable cause. I believe some kind of way. I don't know how savvy they are, right? But they should have somebody around them that's like a lawyer or something that's giving them the legalities. They probably got a lawyer by now, right? But in America, they don't need her phone to find out what was in it, what she said, who she texted, and messages she left. And they could get that iCloud, and they could get that laptop, and they could get all of that. I can't wait to the day that man, Joe McCann, think that this is over and he brings his behind home to the States. I can't wait for that day because we are waiting for him at the mother hubbing door. Let's listen.
Ashley's camp should be over there. I am still giving the family grace. I am under the impression that they're trying to get their passports, they're trying to get visas, they're trying to do one or two things before they go over there. They are being advised not to. I do not know what's going on behind the scenes, but this is the reason why somebody should be over there.
Right.
I said it before. Right. There is nobody over in Zanzibar for Ashley. Tanzania went up in a roof.
That's another thing that's burning my brain. It's like, why the parents ain't go over there? Okay, can I come up with you? You got something you want to talk about, or because we're doing a show right now. Do you have something that you want to talk about, or what do you want to come out? Are you talking about something? Because I'm doing a show right now. So if you come up and you start talking about other stuff, then people are going to leave because they're listening to what I'm talking about with the case. So if you wait till after, I'll let you come up because I don't want to interrupt the flow of what I'm going on because I'm not only on here, I'm in other places. Okay? So I don't want to interrupt the flow of what I got going on. It already got interrupted once. I had 22 people on YouTube. Now I got one. Go figure that out. You know what I'm saying? But everybody that's over here, we're talking about the Ashley Janae case. We're getting new information, new updates. Ms. Knockout is on every day with hot topics, cases, crime cases, real life hot topics. We don't talk about people on the app and other content creators. I know all of them. TK, Old Capone, Lucy Cannon, Madam Lowe, 21. I know all of them know me. Okay? I ain't sitting here, and I'll never sit here and talk about them. We talk about real world hot topics. So when you want to break from the app stuff, you come over here to Miss Knockout and you get this real world tea. All right? So let's listen. We learning a lot, right? We learning a lot.
You're supporting her. We are this. Daddy, I'm not referring to you. I am referring to somebody who can be there, get her clothes, go to the room, be a voice for the voiceless. And that's Ashley. Because this right here is a hot smoking mess. Because she's going to be late to rest.
Now, if she went, the family did go over there, I get the feeling that they would still be hiding her belongings. Because like I said, the belongings turn into evidence, right? And you would be surprised what you could find in somebody's suitcase. And you know, the cell phone, they're going to get the information out the cell phone if they want it. If they can, they're going to get the information out the cell phone. Joe can't stop that, right? But I agree with her. Somebody should have been over there getting that girl's things, coming back with the body. I don't know why they didn't go over there. I don't know.
Next week, then what? And it is a public sighting, which for me, if you want it to be private, keep it private. Me personally, with everything that's going on, let her have a private going home.
Right.
That's all I have to say for now, my darlings. Like I said, I am staying on this. I will try my best to get justice for this child. Don't forget to like, to subscribe, hit the notification button, and I'll see you what?
Okay, so that's all she got to say. So we learned something new today, right? It's like, we don't know what to believe. We just don't know. You know what I'm saying? They told us this one elaborate story. You know, Joe McCain basically said nothing, waited 11 hours to call the parents after she was unalived, went online and talked about his crypto business as per usual, instead of like grieving and, I'm heartbroken, something, nothing. It's some cold-hearted people out there, boy. Look at we just covered the David story, right? Cold-hearted, cold-blooded. Joe McCain, cold-blooded. It's some cold-blooded people out here. Sociopaths. Yeah, exactly. That's the word. That's the word. Sociopaths. You know what I'm saying? You really got to watch out. And like they said, you got to watch out for the lion's den. You got to watch out because you never know when you stepping in the lion's den with people. You know, that's why I keep to myself. I just work. I go around people when I want to go around people. Well, honey, you don't know who anybody is. You know what I'm saying? It's boggling me that let's see. Okay, so key forensic filings, 9 hours. Okay, let's look at this. Let's look at this, yo. We got something else. Okay, key forensic filings revealed. Okay, let's go with this. We found something else. Okay, let's listen to this. This just came out, y'all. So let's check this out. Hold on. Let's see. I hope this ain't no AI bullshit either. I hate, like, some of the AI videos on
with Shopify. I can turn my passion for coffee.
But some of them,
boy. And to be honest, when I first started Chamberlain
especially
Coffee,
when they say that name wrong, right? When they pronounce
not
people's
being
names wrong.
A business person.
You ever watch an AI video and instead of
online is actually Janae.
Instead of saying Kanye, they say Kanye, and they say, "Oh, that's AI." So let's see what this is.
She had been on what seemed to be a dream vacation to Zanzibar, celebrating her birthday and saying yes when her boyfriend popped the question. But within a few days, she was dead.
Now, I did speak to Ashley Robinson's mom over the phone today. She says the family is working diligently with getting in touch with the local officials in Tanzania and, of course, the embassy here to get things rolling in terms of answers on this investigation.
The only thing was a brief email from the embassy stating that the investigation is ongoing. That's it.
Brief email.
That we reached out, we knew about the footage at the hotel room. Was there any footage? Did you look at the footage? Did you see the footage? These are things that's very important to us. These are things that can clear everything up.
Look, y'all, they ain't giving up that footage. They ain't giving up that footage because that footage holds the key to what the heck went on. If we got that footage, we're gonna cut and dry see what went on. They ain't giving up that footage. They not. Okay? Well,
11 o'clock. That's not a random number. It's the time between an event happening in the room and the first call being made. 11 o'clock before the family found out. 11 o'clock before the truth began to be told. And when that call finally made, what was said didn't quite match what had happened. But what really changed this story wasn't just that time frame. It was what emerged afterward, an autopsy result that supposedly changed the entire original story, not the conclusion, but a detail that made the whole world stop and ask questions. So what really happened? And do we know the whole truth yet? If you're interested in in-depth analyses like this, don't forget to subscribe to the channel so you don't miss out on future content. Ashley Janae, a familiar name on social media, a young woman who builds her image on positivity energy and intimately shared everyday moments. What the public sees is a life on the right track, a personal journey documented step by step, from work relationships to important milestones. And the trip to Zanzibar seems to be one such milestone, a distant memorable destination, a chosen space to mark a new phase in her life. She traveled with her fiancé, Joe McCann. According to what has been recorded, in the early days of the trip, everything went normally. Ashley kept in touch with her family. Short video calls, shared photos. There were no obvious signs that something was deviating from its usual course. No warning, no easily discernible unusual signals. Just a trip like so many other trips. But then, just a few days later.
So this is this AI bullshit that I've been telling y'all about. See that? So YouTube, right? They need to like get a look. I'm almost saying you can't beat them, join them. You might as well make a faceless YouTube channel. You know, let me look at how many hits this person. They got 2,000 hits. They was not. Some of these AI stories be having 140,000 hits. You ever see that? That was AI. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So YouTube needs to get a handle on that. So you going, you reading the title, right? Now, when I put my titles up, when you go on my live, you're going to really see me talking about what the title says. But I'm tired of going on YouTube. Like, they probably going to get to the forensics, but I already know what the forensics is. Both of the forensics and autopsy said suicide. The mother and the father had a private autopsy done. They've yet to come out and go through the whole autopsy report. If they make it public and I get a hold of it, you know what I'm saying, I'll come and do it. But I can't sit through this AI bullshit. I like the real deal. I want, you know, I don't mind AI doing and reading the script, right? But give me some information. Don't be like you telling us stuff that we already know. I want to get to the part where what was it in the autopsy? What did the autopsy reveal? Right? YouTube needs to get a handle on it. I mean, let's listen to it. Let's give it a chance. Let's give it a chance. Let's give it a chance. Let's give it a chance, y'all.
Everything changed, not by a clearly publicized event, but by...
Okay, we're going to forward because we know all this already. I want to know what was in that autopsy report. That's what the F I want to know. Let's see if they'll tell us. Let's see. So we skipping ahead. So yeah, that's the girl Ashley right there. Everybody come on in, keep tapping. How's everybody doing on the B app? I haven't been back for a while. It's good to see everybody. Everybody's been popping in periodically.
Because for someone with a large following, receiving such comments is not uncommon. Every day, there can be hundreds of comments. There are supporters.
So look at how they just talk about everything but what the title says. Okay, so let's move on to some other stuff. All right, so like I said, the funeral is on Tuesday. All right, the funeral is on Tuesday, and we waiting for Joe McCann at the door. Okay, so the person wanted to come up. If you wanted to come up, you could come up now if you want to. I don't know if you still are here or you still want to come up, but if you want to come up, now is the time, or forever hold your peaceification. Okay, let's see how you bring people up. Okay, I think I'm remembering now. Okay, so let's see if there's any more updates. They look, they see YouTube definitely got to get rid of this. Look at what I'm looking at. The title says leaked documents expose Ashley Janae's fiance is allegedly has something that you can't get rid of. Allegedly. I don't believe it. So then you click on it and it's clickbait. It's clickbait. Exit viewer wishes. Okay. What's up,
hey,
boo? Hey. What's up with you?
I love you.
Hey.
I'm good, thank you. Always good. Always maintaining, working 2 jobs in Hawaii.
Yeah. Oh, you go, girl.
Trying to maintain like everybody does.
Work it.
You know me. Okay, so just a brief statement. I love your coverage always. This is very passionate to my heart because even though I'm still in America, being in Hawaii, I always feel overseas. So I'm always watching my back, who I interact with.
Right.
But I always feel for this sister, and the more and more that this stuff comes out, it pains my heart.
Right.
Because no matter how you lived your life, you don't deserve to be taken out before God does that decipher, right?
Right.
With that said, okay, the funeral is this week. I was kind of dazzled when I saw it yesterday. Somebody else had already had the funeral thing that is going out. And with all that said, with the evidence of him having the ambulance, that was disturbing to me.
Yes.
And with all the other evidence of him knowing the people at the hotel, of course, number one. You know, and I do believe my number one thing is what I want to come up here and say is, I, in my heart, believe that the parents didn't go over there because they didn't want to make it about them coming over there. It could ruin what maybe, if they do have a private investigator, it will ruin what that private investigator is coming up with. So I don't believe in all this, the parents don't care notion of not going over there. They don't want to go over there because they don't want to disturb what's already... Right, that's what I'm trying to say, and that's all I wanted to say. I don't conceive to this notion of the parents don't care. They care. They just are doing it like my parents would probably do, and my mom's a lawyer. Would do it so that they can get down to the bottom line. They don't want it to be about them, and they know how the laws are there.
Right. Now, do you feel, because, you know, Joe McCann got to come home sometime. He got to surface at some point. Do you believe?
No, can I be honest? I think it's almost like, who's the hip hop guy? Not Rev Run. I'm sorry. The other guy. It's almost like he already knew that he was never going to come back. And then another point is, I would like to say, I think he effed around and found out that he effed around with the wrong person. Because even though he knew that she was social media royalty in a way, he didn't think that maybe it would be that bad if he did something. And of course, the money will allude to anything because the money signs are always going to be there, and he had everything so planned. I will always go back with, I think her demise was because
Russell
of money.
Simmons.
And
Oh,
he was,
you mean they saying
going,
you meant Russell Simmons? He went over there with the crickets.
Exactly.
Now you know that they was able to serve him over there. They found him. You know that, right?
Right. Yeah.
Last year they finally got him served.
Like you said. Exactly.
But they still got to get him back here, though. They still got to get him here, though. So they might probably have to extradite him. But the same woman, Drew Dixon, I was at that trial too. L.A. Reid settled before it got the ongoing. The case started going, and the reason why these celebrities settle is because they don't want their business spread out in court. You got to do a deposition. They're going to expose all your text messages. They're going to expose and bring people in. You know what I'm saying? They're going to bring witnesses, and they don't want all that dirty laundry out, so they just pay. So she got a quick $10 million, and that's the same girl. She's going after Russell Simmons for the same thing. The music executive.
And I'm going to drop down, but it seems like even with what you're talking about, even with the David case, it seems like these women can expose them. And that's the key thing. You can expose me, so now I have to do something to you. And I will stand clear on it in my hearts of hearts that I feel that this man had money to make by her demise. And that's why it was so strategically planned out. I feel like he was going to make money from number one. He always knew. He looked at her the way we saw in those pictures because he always saw money in her. And unfortunately, he used her stance on not wanting to be with BLK, and he used that in some way.
Right.
And it was even more money to make because, look at this person who may not want to be with this other person, and now she's with me, and now I'm going to make money off of her. And that's just how I feel.
Yeah.
And I thank you for letting me up. I love you.
Love
New York.
Yeah.
I'm going to be there one day again.
Yeah. No, you always have a good perspective, right? But let me ask you one thing before you go. Right? Can the FBI, well, I researched it already, and the answer is yes. The FBI can pick up the case over here if they wanted to. If the family, like you said, partner with a lawyer, they probably already did that, right? That's probably
Ms.
why.
Knockout, you know who the head of our FBI is.
Well, oh, man. It's cockeyed. Oh, man, we are far.
No trust.
Damn, I forgot from one.
You know what, though, Miss Knockout, because of people like you, it can lead to that if he ever does show his face. Because of people like you, not resisting and always speaking out, it's always going to be on someone's fallen ear. So thank you for what you do.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Yeah.
God bless. Have a great
God
week.
bless you. That's Boom. Follow Boom, y'all.
Mahalo.
All right. Let me know when you come to New York now.
I will.
Okay. So I forgot who the head of the FBI is. Cockeyed. Cockeyed is the heavy. Cockeyed is y'all over here. Okay, I got to school y'all. All right, let's do a quick battle before the night ends. Cockeyed is the head of the FBI, and I use code words for them because on the clock, when you say the names, it signals the AI bots that's monitoring stuff, and they start censoring you, right? So I say cockeyed because if something goes down, nobody don't know who I'm talking about. Anybody could be cockeyed. But we know what we told. So now what she was saying was, right? I was saying that, if a woman and a guy gets in a dispute, right? They go together, right? And then the woman says, oh, that's okay. We were just horsing around. I don't want to press charges, right? Because you know how couples do. They fight, then you go break up the fight, and then they both want to fight you. So they get back together. Well, the FBI or a prosecutor or the powers that be can pick up the case without you pressing charges if they want. And they can do the same thing with Ashley. But like she said, look who the head of the FBI director is. Now, not for nothing, I'm going to keep it really real with you one time for your mind. I feel like if it was a person over there that was a different complexion, right, then it will be a little bit more motion into finding out what happened, right? Cockeye was over there trying to find out what happened with Nancy, what's her name? So you still want to come up? Who wanted to come up over here on the BF? Who wanted to come up? Are you still here? Right? So if it was a different complexion over there, they'd be running to find out what happened. But because this woman looks like me, right, then there's no urgency to find out what happened. And Cockeyed and all of them is corrupt. They going through it. You know what I'm saying? They going through it. Oh, hold on. Yeah. The clock wants me to verify myself, and I'm here. Catch that out. You know what I'm saying? So, but the FBI, if Joe McCann happens to step foot back on soil, right? Oh, I think this is the person. Okay. What's going on? How you doing? Oh, let me turn it up. What's up with you? I haven't seen you in a while. I remember you now. Look at you.
Yes.
My PK partner. So you still over here, huh?
Yes, ma'am. I am still on bingo.
Yeah? Okay, y'all. So look, let me end it on the Y to the tubesy. Okay, hold on, because my theme song gonna play. All right. So everybody on YouTube, you can watch the playback. Give me a thumbs up, share it, like it. All right. And I'll see you tomorrow. Hot Topics with Miss Knockout every day. All right. See you later.
It's the Miss Knockout Show on the airwaves. So like, if I share, if I bless, if I the flow. It's the Miss Knockout Show. Now you already know. Hot topics, music, info, and more. If you ain't tapped in, what you came here for? MKO got the vibe, that's a full takeover. From beats to biz talk, yeah, the queen stay in clover. Trending every lane, I'm the glow you can't block. When I drop gems, whole chat goes shock. We don't do brokeify, now we amplify. Stay blessed-ify, let the energy fly. Hit that tapify, keep it all in the flow. Cause it's the Miss Knockout Show. Knockout Show. Hot topics, beats and the glow. You rock it with a Miss Knockout. Let's go. Amplify, share-ify, bless-ify, give-ify, share-ify, bless-ify, share-ify, let's-ify.